In the summer of 323 BC, the city of Babylon fell silent. The impossible had happened. The young Macedonian king, who had conquered the known world in just 13 years, lay dead at the age of 32. No fever, no battle wound, no assassin's blade had been expected to fell the golden-haired conqueror, who had survived the deserts of Egypt, the mountains of Afghanistan, and the jungles of India. As the news spread across the vast expanse of his empire, from the Mediterranean to the Indus River, from the Black Sea to the cataracts of the Nile, millions held their breath. For a moment, history itself seemed to pause. In the royal palace of Babylon, the great king's body lay in state, already becoming the most coveted symbol in a new game of power. Around it gathered the men who had followed their commander across 3 continents, his generals, companions, and bodyguards, the hetairoi who had shared his glory and would now compete for his legacy. They were hardened veterans, most born in Macedonia's rugged hills, men like one-eyed Antigonus, who had served under Philip II, brilliant Ptolemy, who claimed descent from Heracles, cunning Seleucus with his towering height, and ambitious Cassander, who had never hidden his disdain for the conqueror's oriental affectations. Beyond the palace walls, the empire waited. Greek settlers in dozens of newly founded cities wondered if they would ever see their homeland again. Persian aristocrats questioned whether their restoration under the Macedonian ruler would continue. Egyptian priests pondered if a new pharaoh would honor their gods. Indian princes prepared to reclaim their independence. There was no clear successor. The conqueror's wife, Roxana, was pregnant with his child. His half-brother, Philip Aridaeus, lived, but was deemed mentally unfit to rule. The dying king had famously given his ring to Perdiccas, one of his generals. But had he meant him to be regent or heir? No one knew. What was certain was that the greatest empire the world had yet seen, stretching from Greece to India, encompassing some 2 million square miles and countless cultures, now hung in the balance. It was an empire without precedent, created through military genius, but with little time to develop the institutions necessary for stable rule. In the days that followed, as funeral preparations began and succession councils met in heated debate, the fragility of this unprecedented achievement became clear. The vision of a world united under Greco-Macedonian rule, blending Eastern and Western cultures into a new civilization, remained unfinished. The men who had once been loyal lieutenants measured each other with calculating eyes. Friends became rivals. Alliances formed and dissolved with dizzying speed. The vast treasure the Macedonian had accumulated, some 180,000 talents of silver and gold, beckoned. Armies shifted position. Messengers raced between distant provinces. The empire would never again know a single master. Instead, it would become the battleground for an extraordinary conflict spanning 3 decades and 3 generations. A series of wars that would redraw the map of the ancient world and give birth to a new era, the Hellenistic Age. From the ruins of conquest emerged the Diadochi, the successors who tore an empire apart in their quest for power. New cities rose in deserts and mountains. Greek ideas collided with ancient Eastern wisdom. Scientific breakthroughs and philosophical revelations flourished amid constant warfare. The magnificent dream of unity died, yet birthed something perhaps more significant: a cosmopolitan civilization where Greek culture spread throughout the ancient East, where diverse peoples coexisted in vibrant urban centers, and where artistic innovation thrived from Macedonia to the Hindu Kush. This brilliant, fractured world eventually surrendered to the rising power of Rome, the final inheritor who would carry Hellenistic civilization into the Western world. The curtain rises on the greatest political drama of the ancient world. The players take their positions. The game of empires begins. The final days of Alexander unfolded in the sweltering heat of Babylonian summer. After a night of heavy drinking at the palace of Nebuchadnezzar II, the conqueror fell ill with a fever that rapidly worsened. For 12 days, his condition deteriorated as his generals and companions maintained vigil. On June 10th or 11th, 323 BC, Alexander died. Immediately, the question of succession dominated all concerns. The Macedonian custom dictated that kings were elected by the army assembly, but Alexander had left no adult heir. Roxana was pregnant with his child, while his half-brother, Philip Aridaeus, suffered from a mental disability that made him unsuitable for independent rule. As the Macedonian officers and infantry gathered to debate the succession, deep divisions quickly emerged. The infantry commander Meleger advocated for Philip Aridaeus, arguing that a living son of Philip II should take precedence over an unborn child. Meanwhile, the cavalry officers, led by Perdiccas and Ptolemy, favoured waiting for Roxana's child, assuming a regency in the interim. This dispute nearly erupted into civil war when the infantry seized the palace, prompting the cavalry officers to leave Babylon. The crisis was temporarily resolved through a compromise. Philip Aridaeus would be proclaimed King Philip III, and if Roxana bore a son, the child would rule jointly with him. Perdiccas, who possessed Alexander's signet ring, would serve as regent for both kings. This uneasy arrangement was formalized at the partition of Babylon, where the empire was divided into satrapies administered by Alexander's leading generals. Ptolemy secured Egypt. Lysimachus took Thrace. Antigonus I received Phrygia. Eumenes, the sole non-Macedonian among the inner circle, was granted Cappadocia, while other commanders received various provinces from Greece to the Hindu Kush. The compromise proved short-lived. In late summer 323 BC, news reached Babylon that Athens had revolted against Macedonian rule. This uprising, known as the Lamian War, quickly spread throughout Greece as cities seized the opportunity to reclaim independence. The regent Perdiccas dispatched Craterus, one of Alexander's most trusted generals, to suppress the rebellion. Meanwhile, Roxana gave birth to a son who was promptly named Alexander IV and declared co-king with Philip Aridaeus. This development failed to settle the underlying tensions. The early signs of treachery appeared when Meleger, the infantry commander who had supported Philip Aridaeus, was executed on Perdiccas's orders after being lured into a trap. With this potential rival eliminated, Perdiccas consolidated his position as the empire's regent, controlling the kings and the royal army. Yet a more fundamental problem remained unresolved. The royal remains themselves. The dead king's corpse, preserved in honey, according to Babylonian practice, became the most potent symbol of legitimacy in the fractured empire. Tradition dictated that Macedonian kings be buried in the royal cemetery at Aegae, modern Vergina, and initially preparations began for the body's journey back to Macedonia. However, this plan abruptly changed when Ptolemy, now securely established in Egypt, launched an audacious scheme that would trigger the first war among the successors. In the summer of 322 BC, as the magnificent funeral carriage bearing the royal corpse made its way through Syria toward Macedonia, Ptolemy executed his plan. With a military escort, he intercepted the procession and diverted it to Egypt. This brazen act was not mere grave robbery. It was a calculated political move. By possessing the conqueror's remains, Ptolemy claimed a portion of his legitimacy and prestige. He initially interred the body at Memphis, the ancient Egyptian capital, before later transferring it to a magnificent tomb in Alexandria. For Perdiccas, this theft represented an intolerable challenge to his authority as regent. The hijacking of Alexander's corpse was merely the most visible manifestation of a larger problem. The satraps appointed at Babylon were behaving increasingly like independent rulers rather than subordinate governors. Tensions further escalated when Perdiccas arranged for the child king Alexander IV to marry the daughter of Antipater, who controlled Macedonia and Greece. This marriage alliance threatened to strengthen the regent's position against increasingly autonomous satraps. By 321 BC, full-scale war had become inevitable. Perdiccas marshaled the royal army and marched toward Egypt, determined to punish Ptolemy and recover Alexander's body. En route, he besieged the city of Damascus, where Ptolemy had incited rebellion. The campaign soon faltered. Perdiccas attempted to cross the Nile at Memphis, but suffered heavy casualties when the river's strong currents drowned many soldiers. After 3 failed crossing attempts, discontent spread through the ranks. Seizing this opportunity, Perdiccas's subordinates, including Seleucus, who commanded the elite companion cavalry, conspired against him. In the summer of 321 BC, they assassinated the regent in his tent. This regicide fundamentally altered the empire's political landscape. The remaining commanders negotiated the Treaty of Triparadisos, which redistributed power among the Diadochi. Antipater, the elderly general who had maintained control over Macedonia during Alexander's campaigns, became the new regent for the kings. Seleucus was rewarded with the satrapy of Babylon, while Antigonus I received special authority to continue the war against Eumenes, who had remained loyal to Perdiccas. The Second War of the Diadochi began after Antipater's death in 319 BC. Rather than passing the regency to his son Cassander, Antipater bequeathed it to Polyperchon, another veteran commander. The overlooked Cassander refused to accept this arrangement and rebelled, gaining support from Antigonus and Ptolemy, who saw an opportunity to further their own independence. This conflict created strange alliances. Eumenes, previously declared an enemy after supporting Perdiccas, was rehabilitated by Polyperchon and granted command of the royal army in Asia. Despite being a Greek from Cardia rather than a Macedonian, Eumenes demonstrated remarkable military skill against Antigonus between 318 and 316 BC. He rallied the eastern satraps and the elite Silver Shields, veteran infantry units who had served under Philip and his son, to his cause. The decisive confrontation occurred at the Battle of Gabiene in present-day Iran in 316 BC. Though tactically inconclusive, the battle ended in disaster for Eumenes, when the Silver Shields, whose baggage train containing their families and accumulated wealth had been captured by Antigonus, negotiated their commander's surrender in exchange for their possessions. Eumenes was handed over to Antigonus and executed, ending effective resistance in the eastern provinces. With Eumenes eliminated, Antigonus I became the dominant figure in Asia. He seized the royal treasury at Susa, containing 25,000 talents of silver, and systematically removed or executed satraps loyal to the regency. Seleucus, threatened by Antigonus's growing power, fled Babylon to seek refuge with Ptolemy in Egypt. The fragmentation of the empire accelerated from 315 BC onwards. The royal family, Philip III, Aridaeus, Alexander IV, and Alexander's mother, Olympias, became pawns in the struggle between Cassander and Polyperchon in Macedonia. Olympias temporarily gained the upper hand, executing Philip Aridaeus and his wife Eurydice, but was subsequently captured and killed by Cassander's forces in 316 BC. The young Alexander IV and his mother, Roxana, were held under house arrest in Amphipolis, their futures increasingly uncertain. The empire that Alexander had forged through 13 years of conquest had, in just 7 years since his death, descended into a patchwork of warring states controlled by ambitious generals. The pretense of preserving the empire for Alexander's heirs was growing thinner by the day. The meteoric rise of Antigonus One-Eye alarmed the other Diadochi. By the spring of 315 BSE, he controlled all of Asia Minor, Syria, Mesopotamia, and the eastern provinces, territories comprising roughly 2/3 of Alexander's empire. Styling himself as the defender of imperial unity, Antigonus issued the Tyre Decree, which cynically proclaimed freedom for the Greeks, while demanding the other satraps submit to his authority. This naked power grab triggered the Third War of the Diadochi. Ptolemy, Cassander, and Lysimachus formed a coalition against Antigonus, with Seleucus hoping to reclaim Babylon. The ensuing conflict spanned multiple theatres across the eastern Mediterranean and lasted from 315 to 311 BC. While Antigonus and his brilliant son Demetrius campaigned in Syria and Anatolia, Seleucus made a daring return to Babylon with a small force provided by Ptolemy. Through skillful diplomacy and military action, he reclaimed his former satrapy and began consolidating power in Mesopotamia, a development that would have profound consequences. After 4 years of inconclusive fighting, the exhausted belligerents negotiated the Peace of 311 BC. The Peace of 311 BC recognized each general's territorial claims while nominally acknowledging Alexander IV's sovereignty. The agreement explicitly provided that, until Alexander reached adulthood, each general would retain his territories. This cynical clause sealed the young king's fate. In 310/309 BC, Cassander, who controlled Macedonia and held the boy and his mother, Roxana, in custody, secretly ordered their execution. The 13-year-old heir and his mother were poisoned, their bodies hidden to prevent them from becoming rallying symbols. With this act, the Argead dynasty that had ruled Macedonia for centuries came to an ignominious end. The elimination of the legitimate bloodline removed any pretense of imperial unity. 6 years after the peace, in 306 BC, Antigonus took the decisive step of declaring himself king. Basileus, after his son Demetrius defeated Ptolemy's fleet at Salamis in Cyprus. The other Diadochi, unwilling to acknowledge Antigonus's supremacy, but equally unwilling to appear inferior, followed suit. Ptolemy in Egypt, Seleucus in Babylon, Lysimachus in Thrace, and Cassander in Macedonia all adopted royal titles. The ancient world now had 5 Macedonian kings instead of 1, each ruling a portion of the former empire. The Fourth War of the Diadochi would determine whether this pentarchy would persist, or whether Antigonus could realize his ambition of reconstituting the empire under his rule. This final chapter of the Diadochi conflicts lasted from 306 to 301 BC. Antigonus and Demetrius launched a series of ambitious campaigns. Demetrius liberated Athens from Cassander's control in 307 BC, earning the epithet Poliocetes, the besieger, for his skill in siege warfare. He employed innovative technologies, including the Hellepolis, a 9-story mobile siege tower equipped with catapults and covered in iron plates. 2 years later, Demetrius besieged Rhodes, which had allied with Ptolemy. Despite deploying his formidable siege engines, the year-long operation ended in failure. forcing Demetrius to negotiate a compromise. The Rhodians, in gratitude for surviving the siege, honored Ptolemy with the title Soter, Savior, and sold Demetrius abandoned siege equipment to finance the Colossus of Rhodes, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. As the Fourth Diadochi War reached its climax, the remaining Diadochi recognized that Antigonus and Demetrius represented an existential threat. Cassander, Lysimachus, Ptolemy, and Seleucus formed a new coalition, with Lysimachus and Seleucus taking the offensive in Asia Minor. Antigonus, now in his early 80s, but still commanding his forces in person, mobilized to meet this threat. In the spring of 301 BC, the armies of Antigonus and Demetrius confronted the combined forces of Lysimachus and Seleucus near the Phrygian town of Ipsus. The stakes could not have been higher. Victory for Antigonus would cement his position as the dominant power in the Hellenistic world, while defeat would radically redraw the map of the former Alexandrian Empire. The Battle of Ipsus stands as one of the most significant military encounters of the Hellenistic period. Antigonus commanded approximately 70,000 infantry, 10,000 cavalry, and 75 war elephants. The coalition fielded similar numbers of infantry and cavalry, but crucially, Seleucus contributed 480 war elephants, a gift from the Indian king Chandragupta Maurya, with whom he had concluded a treaty exchanging eastern territories for these formidable beasts. When battle was joined, the initial phases favored Antigonus. His son Demetrius led a devastating cavalry charge that broke through the enemy lines. However, rather than wheeling around to attack the enemy infantry from the rear, the standard tactic, Demetrius pressed his pursuit too far from the main battlefield. Seleucus seized this opportunity, deploying his elephants to create a wall that prevented Demetrius from returning to assist his father. With the enemy cavalry neutralized, Lysimachus pressed his attack against Antigonus's infantry. The elderly king, positioned on a hill to direct the battle, found his lines collapsing. As his soldiers fled, Antigonus stood his ground, reportedly remarking that Demetrius would return to save him. Instead, he was surrounded and killed, his body pierced by multiple javelins. The death of Antigonus, One Eye, at Ipsus definitively ended any possibility of reconstituting Alexander's empire. The victors divided Antigonus's extensive territories among themselves. Lysimachus took western Asia Minor. Seleucus gained Syria and eastern Asia Minor, while Cassander and Ptolemy confirmed their control of Macedonia and Egypt, respectively. Demetrius escaped the battlefield with 9,000 troops, retaining control of parts of Greece and a powerful navy. But the Antigonid position was severely diminished. The Battle of Ipsus established the tripolar structure that would characterize the early Hellenistic world. The Ptolemaic kingdom centered on Egypt, the Seleucid Empire spanning from Syria to the borders of India, and the Antigonid kingdom in Macedonia, though Cassander's position would soon be challenged by the surviving Demetrius. Lysimachus's kingdom in Thrace and Western Asia Minor formed a fourth major power, but would prove the least durable. This new geopolitical reality reflected the inherent challenges of governing the vast conquered territories. The empire had simply been too expansive, encompassing too many disparate cultures and geographical barriers, to be effectively administered as a single entity without the charismatic authority of a single ruler. The division into smaller kingdoms allowed for more focused governance adapted to regional conditions. Each of these successor states retained Macedonian military organization and Greek administrative structures. Greek became the lingua franca of government and high culture across the eastern Mediterranean and deep into Asia. New cities founded on the Greek model with agoras, gymnasia, theatres, and temples, served as centres of Hellenistic civilization from the Adriatic to the Indus. The Diadochi themselves underwent a fascinating evolution during this 20-year period of conflict. They had begun as generals of a Macedonian king, bound by oaths of loyalty to their commander and his dynasty. They transformed into warlords controlling specific territories, while still paying lip service to the unity of the empire and the rights of the royal heirs. Finally, they emerged as kings in their own right, founding dynasties that would shape the Mediterranean world for centuries to come. For the common people living through this turbulent period, the wars of the Diadochi brought tremendous suffering. Cities changed hands repeatedly, armies requisitioned food and supplies, and populations were sometimes forcibly relocated. Yet this era of conflict also created opportunities. Soldiers could rise to prominence through battlefield valor. Administrators could gain wealth and influence by serving the new kings, and merchants could profit from trade between the rival kingdoms. As the dust settled after Ipsus, the Hellenistic age proper began. The dream of a universal empire had died, but from its fragments emerged a cosmopolitan civilization that would blend Greek and Eastern cultures in unprecedented ways. The kings who had fought so fiercely to claim the Macedonian legacy would now face the challenge of ruling, building, and legitimizing their newborn states in a transformed world. The morning after the Battle of Ipsus, the Mediterranean world awakened to a new political reality. Among the powers that emerged from the fragmentation, none enjoyed greater stability and prosperity than the realm along the Nile that Ptolemy, the first Soter, established. Unlike his fellow successors who acquired their territories through the Babylon settlement and subsequent wars, the shrewd general had claimed the African territory through personal initiative, seizing the satrapy immediately after the Macedonian king's death. This early occupation allowed him to consolidate control while his rivals battled across Asia and Macedonia. The land of the pharaohs offered unique advantages as a power base. The fertile river valley, generating immense agricultural surplus, had sustained advanced civilization for millennia. Well-defined natural borders, desert to the east and west, the Mediterranean to the north, and cataracts to the south, made the country defensible. Moreover, this ancient civilization stood somewhat removed from the primary theatres of conflict that ravaged the eastern Mediterranean during the wars of the Diadochi. Ptolemy's political acumen matched these geographic advantages. His theft of the royal corpse and its eventual placement in a magnificent tomb in Alexandria served as a powerful legitimizing tool. To the Greek population, he was the guardian of their conquering hero. To the native population, he assumed the traditional role of pharaoh protecting the divine order. From the new capital at Alexandria, founded where the Nile meets the Mediterranean, Ptolemy and his descendants built an administrative system combining Greek efficiency with ancient Egyptian tradition. While keeping Greeks and Macedonians in positions of highest authority, the regime respected local religious practices and cultural institutions. The economic foundation of this thriving state rested upon ingenious innovations. Royal monopolies controlled key commodities like papyrus, textiles, and oil. Standardized coinage facilitated trade throughout the Mediterranean. A sophisticated tax system extracted maximum revenue while funding irrigation works and other infrastructure that enhanced agricultural productivity. The Ptolemaic state actively managed the economy, prescribing crop selections, controlling the movement of goods, and requiring detailed records. At its zenith, the annual revenue approached 15,000 talents, a staggering sum that dwarfed the resources available to most contemporary powers. This prosperity funded cultural achievements that would long outlast the dynasty. The Great Library of Alexandria, begun under the first ruler and expanded by his son Ptolemy II Philadelphus, gathered an unprecedented collection of knowledge. Alongside it, the Mouseion, literally House of the Muses, functioned as a research institution, supporting scholars like Euclid and Eratosthenes in their groundbreaking work. The first Ptolemy also initiated a religious innovation that would prove crucial for dynasty building: the establishment of a state cult. He deified the deceased conqueror and later elevated his own father, Lagus, claiming descent from Zeus through this lineage. After his death, around 282 BC, the founder himself was deified as the god Soter, savior. His son, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, expanded this religious policy with two consequential decisions. First, he deified himself and his sister wife Arsinoe II during their lifetime, departing from the usual practice of posthumous deification. Second, he institutionalized sibling marriage within the royal family, a practice shocking to Greeks but acceptable to natives familiar with pharaonic traditions. This brother-sister marriage system, maintained for nearly 2 centuries, produced the dynasty's characteristic facial features, prominently depicted on coinage, and created an insular court culture that reinforced royal mystique. It also prevented the dilution of power through marriage alliances with foreign dynasties. The court at Alexandria, under the second monarch, epitomized luxury and refinement. His grand procession, described by Athenaeus, featured 24 chariots drawn by elephants, 60,000 infantry, 23,200 cavalry, and hundreds of exotic animals, all parading through Alexandria's streets. Behind this spectacle lay calculated political theatre, displaying to subjects and foreign visitors alike the boundless resources of the state. By 250 BC, the Alexandrian regime had reached its apogee, controlling not only the Nile Valley, but also Cyrenaica, Cyprus, parts of the Levantine coast, and numerous Aegean islands. This maritime empire secured trade routes, generated customs revenue, and provided naval bases from which the formidable fleet could project power. Yet beneath this golden veneer, weaknesses were developing. The dynasty's insularity gradually produced less capable rulers. Native resentment, temporarily muted by prosperity, would eventually surface. Most importantly, the country's wealth attracted constant attention from its northern neighbors, leading to the recurring Syrian wars that would eventually drain the kingdom's strength. While the Lagid dynasty built its African realm with methodical care, Seleucus I Nicator faced the monumental task of governing the vast Asian territories he claimed after Ipsus. Stretching from the Mediterranean coast to the borders of India, this immense domain encompassed diverse peoples, landscapes, and challenges. Seleucus's path to kingship followed a remarkable trajectory. A cavalry commander during the Eastern campaigns, he received Babylonia in the initial division of spoils after the regent's death. Driven from this province by Antigonus, he escaped to Alexandria before reclaiming Babylon in 312 BC with a mere handful of supporters, a date so significant that his successors later adopted it as the beginning of their dynastic era. After securing his position at Ipsus, Seleucus worked to transform a collection of conquered territories into a functioning state. Unlike the Nile Valley's millennia-old administrative unity, the Asian lands represented a patchwork of cultures at varying stages of development. Persian systems provided a useful framework, having already governed much of this territory for 2 centuries. The founder and his heirs pursued an aggressive urbanization program, founding dozens of new cities across their realms. These settlements, populated by Greek and Macedonian veterans and imported civilians, served multiple functions. Military colonies securing key routes and frontiers, administrative centers projecting royal authority, and cultural outposts spreading Hellenic civilization. The realm's urban backbone included three principal cities: Antioch on the Orontes, named for Seleucus's father, became the western capital and eventually one of the ancient world's great metropolises. Seleucia on the Tigris, strategically positioned near Babylon, served as the Mesopotamian administrative center. Furthest east, Seleucia in Pieria controlled access to the Mediterranean. These cities followed Greek organizational models with agoras, theaters, and gymnasia, but incorporated local architectural elements and religious practices. The result was a distinctive blend, neither purely Hellenic nor traditionally Eastern, that characterized the cultural policy generally. This cultural synthesis extended to governance as well. While maintaining Greek and Macedonian elites in the highest positions, the administration worked with native aristocracies and religious establishments. Unlike the Nile Delta, where the distinction between Greek rulers and native subjects remained relatively clear, the Asian territories fostered greater cultural integration, less from idealism than administrative necessity. The sheer size of the territory created persistent challenges. Communications between the Mediterranean coast and the eastern provinces could take months. Mountain ranges, deserts, and river systems divided the lands into natural compartments, difficult to control from a central authority. Native populations vastly outnumbered the Greek and Macedonian colonists. Seleucus I recognized these inherent weaknesses. Around 305 BC, he negotiated with the rising Indian power Chandragupta Maurya, ceding the eastern provinces beyond the Hindu Kush in exchange for 500 war elephants, the very beasts that would prove decisive at Ipsus. This pragmatic territorial adjustment demonstrated the tendency to prioritize defensible frontiers over maximum extent. The later years of Seleucus's reign were marked by one final territorial ambition: reclaiming Macedonia, the ancestral homeland. After defeating Lysimachus at the Battle of Corupedium in 281 BC, the path to Europe seemed open. However, while crossing to Macedonia, the 70-year-old king was assassinated by Ptolemy Serranus, ending his remarkable career. His son, Antiochus I, inherited a realm already showing signs of strain. The eastern provinces of Bactria and Parthia, remote from central authority and hosting significant Greek military colonies, displayed increasing independence. Antiochus faced rebellions from both native populations and Greek settlers, while simultaneously defending against encroachment in Syria and Anatolia from the neighboring Alexandrian power. Despite these challenges, Antiochus I successfully maintained territorial integrity during his turbulent reign. He secured a victory against Celtic invaders in Anatolia around 275 BC, earning the epithet Soter, savior, like his contemporaries. He strengthened diplomatic ties with Indian powers and consolidated control over the central regions. Antiochus II continued his father's policies, but faced escalating conflict with the Nile Kingdom in the Second Syrian War. The marriage alliance that ended this conflict, Antiochus divorcing his wife Laodice to marry Berenice, daughter of his rival, set the stage for a succession crisis after his death that would severely destabilize the realm. The Asian state structure reflected practical responses to the challenge of governing such disparate territories. Provincial satrapies provided regional administration, while the king maintained an itinerant court, personally appearing throughout the realm to resolve disputes, accept petitions, and display royal authority. Unlike the tightly controlled economy along the Nile, the Seleucid approach embraced more decentralization. Local currencies circulated alongside royal issues. Regional trade routes functioned semi-autonomously. Indigenous economic systems continued operation with imperial oversight rather than replacement. Religion served as both a unifying and divisive force within these vast domains. The royal court promoted ruler cult elements alongside traditional Greek deities, but also supported local religious institutions. At Babylon, Antiochus I maintained and restored the great temples. In Jerusalem, however, subsequent interference with Jewish religious practices would spark one of the most consequential rebellions in later years. By 250 BC, the Asian superstate remained a formidable power, but faced growing centrifugal pressures. The eastern provinces showed increasing independence. Celtic settlements in central Anatolia, Galatia, operated with considerable autonomy. The persistent conflict with the Mediterranean naval power drained resources. Most significantly, the imperial periphery proved vulnerable to both external invasion and internal rebellion, a structural weakness that contrasted sharply with the natural defensibility of territories like the Nile Valley. The European portion of the divided empire followed a more turbulent trajectory than its eastern counterparts. Macedonia, the original power base that had launched the Asian conquests, experienced repeated dynastic upheavals and foreign invasions in the decades following Ipsus. Cassander, who had controlled Macedonia through the later wars of the Diadochi, secured his position by eliminating the royal family, but never fully legitimized his rule in Macedonian eyes. When he died of illness around 297 BC, his sons proved unable to maintain his authority. Into this power vacuum stepped Demetrius Poliorcetes, the son of Antigonus I, and the sole survivor among the senior Diadochi. Despite his father's defeat at Ipsus, Demetrius retained a powerful fleet and support in parts of Greece. Through a combination of military pressure and opportunistic alliance-making, he seized the Macedonian throne in 294 BC. Demetrius' reign exemplified the grandiose ambitions and practical limitations that characterized his lineage. A charismatic leader and military innovator, he dreamed of reconstituting his father's power. He built an enormous fleet and assembled an army for an invasion of Asia to reclaim his heritage. These preparations alarmed the other Hellenistic kings. A coalition formed against him, and in 288 BC, Pyrrhus of Epirus and Lysimachus invaded Macedonia simultaneously. Demetrius's support collapsed, forcing him to flee. After a final failed campaign in Asia Minor, he surrendered to Seleucus and died in captivity in 283 BC. Lysimachus briefly controlled Macedonia until his death at Corupadium, after which the European territories fell into a period of anarchy and competing claimants known as the Age of the Tyrants. Celtic tribal federations seized this opportunity to invade the Balkans. In 279 BC, a massive Celtic army penetrated deep into Greece, sacking numerous cities and attacking the sacred site of Delphi before being driven back. The Celtic invasion, though eventually repulsed, demonstrated Macedonia's vulnerability and temporarily shattered its regional hegemony. Yet from this chaos emerged a stabilizing figure, Antigonus II Gonatas, the son of Demetrius, the besieger of cities. Gonatas had maintained control of key fortresses in Greece during the turbulent period after his father's fall. When another wave of Celtic invaders entered Macedonia around 277 BC, he confronted and decisively defeated them near Lysimachia. This victory, achieved with a smaller but disciplined force against the Celtic warriors, established his reputation and secured Macedonian recognition of his kingship. Unlike his flamboyant father, the new ruler governed with pragmatic caution. Educated in Stoic philosophy, he embraced a more modest conception of kingship, focused on stability rather than conquest. He systematically rebuilt Macedonian military power, restored the economy, and secured the northern frontiers against tribal incursions. Controlling Greece posed a different challenge. The classical city-states, though diminished from their 5th century glory, retained fierce independence traditions. Rather than pursuing outright annexation, the king established a system of client relationships, placing supportive regimes in key cities and maintaining garrisons at strategic locations like Corinth, Piraeus, and Chalcis, the fetters of Greece that secured Macedonian influence. This policy faced its greatest test during the Cremonidean War of 267 to 261 BC. Athens and Sparta, supported by the Egyptian monarch, formed an alliance against Macedonian domination. After a prolonged conflict featuring naval operations, sieges, and pitched battles, the Macedonians emerged victorious. Athens surrendered in 261 BC after a punishing blockade, while Sparta's influence was permanently diminished. Meanwhile, new political entities emerged in the Greek peninsula: the Achaean and Aetolian leagues, federal systems uniting multiple cities under common political institutions, provided collective security and counterbalanced Macedonian power. Unlike the short-lived alliances of classical Greece, these leagues maintained permanent federal magistrates, councils, and armies. The Aetolian League, based in central Greece, controlled the prestigious sanctuary at Delphi and its influential Amphictyonic Council. The Achaean League, initially comprising small cities in the northern Peloponnese, expanded under Aratus of Sicyon to include major centers like Corinth, Argos, and Megalopolis. Both organizations would later play crucial roles in bringing Roman power into Greek affairs. By 250 BC, the Macedonian monarch had established a durable revival in his ancestral homeland. Though controlling a smaller territory than his eastern and southern contemporaries, this northern realm possessed advantages they lacked: ethnic homogeneity, established administrative traditions, and proximity to Greece's cultural prestige. Under methodical leadership, Macedonia recovered much of its regional influence without the overextension that had undermined previous rulers, yet challenges remained. The ongoing rivalry with the Mediterranean naval power, which maintained bases throughout the Aegean, constrained Macedonian maritime activity. The Greek leagues and remaining independent cities required constant diplomatic attention. Most significantly, beyond the Adriatic, Rome was emerging from its conflict with Carthage as a formidable new power, a development whose full implications remained unrealized, but would eventually transform the entire Eastern Mediterranean. Leagues and remaining independent cities required constant diplomatic attention. Most significantly, beyond the Adriatic, Rome was emerging from its conflict with Carthage as a formidable new power, a development whose full implications remained unrealized, but would eventually transform the entire Eastern Mediterranean. While the three major successor realms established their dominance across the Mediterranean world, a constellation of smaller states emerged within and between their spheres of influence. These secondary powers often punched above their weight through strategic acumen, cultural prestige, or control of crucial resources and trade routes. Among the most successful was the polity centered at Pergamon in western Anatolia. Originally a fortress containing part of the Lysimachian treasury, Pergamon came under the control of Philotirus, a eunuch of Paphlagonian origin who had served both Lysimachus and the Seleucids. In 282 BC, Philotaerus declared independence and established a dynasty that would rule for over 150 years, despite its unusual succession pattern through adoption rather than direct heredity. The early Attalid rulers, Philotaerus and his successor Eumenes the Femnon, skillfully navigated between the greater powers, maintaining nominal allegiance to their eastern neighbors while pursuing independent policies. They built Pergamon into a formidable hilltop citadel and cultural center, investing their considerable wealth in architectural magnificence and artistic patronage. Though smaller than the major realms, Pergamon leveraged its strategic position, controlling access to the Hellespont and its substantial financial resources, derived from fertile agricultural land and mineral wealth. Later, Attalid kings would adopt royal titles and expand their territory, eventually becoming Rome's most important eastern ally and a significant cultural power in their own right. The island of Rhodes emerged as another important secondary power during this period. A long-time commercial center, Rhodes had maintained its independence through the wars of the Diadochi by playing the great powers against each other. After successfully resisting Demetrius's siege in 305 to 304 BC, the Rhodians consolidated their position as the preeminent naval and mercantile force in the eastern Mediterranean. Rhodes developed a distinctive political system, a mercantile oligarchy with democratic elements that provided remarkable stability. The Rhodian navy maintained freedom of navigation against pirates throughout the Aegean, while its merchants and bankers facilitated trade between the Hellenistic states. The island's legal code governing maritime commerce became so respected that it formed the basis for much of Mediterranean admiralty law for centuries afterward. In mainland Greece, the federal leagues represented an alternative political model to both traditional city-states and Hellenistic monarchies. The Achaean League in particular developed sophisticated political institutions, including proportional representation, an executive council, and regular assemblies open to all citizens of member states. This federal structure allowed smaller cities to maintain local autonomy, while gaining the security and influence of a larger entity. Under the leadership of Aratus of Sicyon, who served as strategos, general, 17 times between 245 and 213 BC, the Achaean Association expanded significantly. Aratus engineered the dramatic capture of Corinth from Macedonian control in 243 BC, dealing a severe blow to northern influence in the Peloponnese. Though less militarily powerful than the major states, the League's political cohesion and diplomatic flexibility made it a significant regional actor. Beyond the familiar Mediterranean world, new states formed from the fragmentation of Eastern authority. Most notably, Bactria, a wealthy region in modern Afghanistan controlled by Greek military colonists, broke away under its governor Diodotus around 250 BC. The Greco-Bactrian state combined Hellenic military techniques and cultural forms with Central Asian and Indian influences, creating a distinctive hybrid civilization. Bactria's strategic location, astride the trade routes connecting China, India, and the Mediterranean, made it exceptionally prosperous. Archaeological discoveries reveal extraordinary wealth represented in coinage and luxury goods. Greco-Bactrian rulers later expanded into northwestern India, establishing Indo-Greek states that would maintain Hellenic cultural elements in South Asia for generations. Meanwhile, the rise of Parthia under the native Arsacid dynasty presented a growing challenge to central authority. Beginning as a nomadic tribal group, the Parthians established control over the Iranian plateau by the mid-3rd century BC. Their military strength derived from highly mobile mounted archers who could devastate conventional Hellenic phalanx formations through hit-and-run tactics. This growing power would eventually transform into an imperial force rivaling Rome and permanently ending Greek dominance in the Iranian world. In Anatolia, Celtic tribes that had invaded the Balkans and Greece established a permanent presence in the central highlands, creating the region known as Galatia. These warrior bands initially functioned as mercenaries for the Hellenistic rulers, but gradually settled into a territorial state. Though they maintained their Celtic language and tribal organization, they also adopted elements of Greek culture and urban life, creating another distinctive cultural synthesis. Even within the major states, semi-autonomous regions developed under local dynasties. In northern Syria, the Arab trading city of Palmyra maintained considerable independence while facilitating commerce between Mesopotamia and the Mediterranean. In Judea, the high priests exercised significant autonomy in internal matters, while acknowledging foreign sovereignty. This proliferation of independent and semi-independent states created a complex international system. All recognized the predominance of the three major successor powers, but operated according to their own interests. Diplomacy, constantly shifting alliances, and careful balancing of power characterized interstate relations during this period, creating an environment that rewarded flexibility over rigid strength. The rise of these secondary centers demonstrated a fundamental truth about the post-Alexander world. Greek military and administrative techniques had become widely distributed and adaptable to various contexts. No single state could claim a monopoly on effective governance or military capability. The resulting system featured multiple centers of power, operating according to similar principles but adapted to local conditions, a defining characteristic of the mature Hellenistic political landscape. The mid-3rd century BC marked a transition in the Mediterranean world. The first generation of successor kings, those who had personally known Alexander, had passed from the scene. Their children and grandchildren now controlled the major states, guided by dynastic interests rather than personal memories of conquest. These new rulers inherited long-standing regional rivalries, none more consequential than the persistent conflict between the courts of Alexandria and Antioch. This struggle, fought primarily over control of the eastern Mediterranean coast, would unfold through a series of confrontations known collectively as the Syrian Wars. The Third Syrian War erupted in 246 BC, triggered by the death of Antiochus II. The monarch had sealed a peace treaty with his southern rival by marrying Berenice, daughter of the Alexandrian ruler, divorcing his first wife Laodice to do so. When Antiochus died suddenly, perhaps poisoned, rival succession claims emerged. Laodice championed her son Seleucus II, while Berenice advocated for her infant son. The ensuing dynastic crisis quickly escalated into international conflict. The newly crowned Ptolemy III, who had just succeeded his father, launched a massive military expedition, ostensibly to protect his sister Berenice. By the time his forces reached Antioch, however, Berenice and her child had been murdered by Laodice's supporters. Rather than retreat, the southern monarch used this pretext to conduct one of the most successful campaigns in Hellenistic military history. In what the victorious regime's propaganda called the Third Campaign, their forces advanced deep into northern territories, capturing Antioch and pushing as far east as Babylon. An inscription claims the campaign reached Bactria, though this is likely exaggeration. Nevertheless, the expedition penetrated further east than any prior or subsequent African-based force, temporarily crippling their rivals' power. The conflict concluded with substantial territorial gains in coastal Syria, southern Anatolia, and the Aegean for the Nile-based state, reaching the peak of their imperial expansion. This high-water mark proved brief, however, as internal revolts forced the victorious ruler to return home, and Seleucus II gradually recovered most of the eastern territories. While primarily a military confrontation, this war also revealed the importance of propaganda and legitimation. The Canopus Decree, promulgated in 238 BC after the southern king's return, celebrated his victories, established cult honors for his deceased daughter Berenice, and reformed the calendar, exemplifying how rulers blended cultural, religious, and political authority. The weakening of both major powers after this conflict created opportunities for secondary states. In Anatolia, Attalus X of Pergamon declared himself king around 241 BC and expanded his realm at his neighbor's expense. The Achaean League under Aratus captured Corinth in 243 BC, dealing a blow to Macedonian influence. Most significantly, Parthian tribes under Arsaces I established a foothold in northeastern Iran that would eventually grow into a major power. The Fourth Syrian War began a generation later in 219 BC, when the young and ambitious Antiochus III ascended the northern throne, determined to reverse his realm's decline and reclaim territories lost to southern control, particularly in Kola, Syria, roughly modern Lebanon. He seized the opportunity presented by the accession of the weak fourth Ptolemy. Initial operations favored Antiochus, but the conflict culminated in the massive Battle of Raphia in 217 BC. The encounter proved decisive, involving approximately 70,000 infantry, 6,000 cavalry, and over 100 war elephants between the two sides. In a dramatic reversal, the southern forces emerged victorious, with the innovative step of arming 20,000 native troops alongside the traditional Greco-Macedonian forces, proving crucial to success. This victory temporarily restored Alexandrian prestige, but had profound unintended consequences. The native population, now armed and aware of their contribution to the victory, became increasingly restive. Revolts broke out in Upper Egypt that would eventually develop into a full-scale native parallel government headed by self-declared pharaohs in Thebes. This internal weakening would hamstring the southern realm's power in subsequent decades. The geopolitical balance shifted again with the Fifth Syrian War. As the 2nd century BC opened, 3 ambitious and capable monarchs arrived on the scene nearly simultaneously. Antiochus III, still determined to restore his ancestral glory. Philip V of Macedon, eager to expand in the Aegean, and the young 5th Ptolemy, who inherited the southern throne as a child in 204 BC. Antiochus and Philip, perceiving the vulnerability of the Mediterranean's richest state under a regency, negotiated a secret pact to divide its external possessions between them. While Philip attacked holdings in the Aegean, Antiochus moved against Kola, Syria. The decisive engagement came at the Battle of Panium, near the headwaters of the Jordan River in 200 BC, where northern forces convincingly defeated their rivals. The treaty that ended this conflict permanently transferred Kola, Syria, with its valuable timber resources, commercial ports, and strategic depth, to northern control. This region, which had changed hands repeatedly since Alexander's death, would never again return to Nile Delta rule. For the Southern dynasty, this loss marked the beginning of terminal decline as a major Mediterranean power. Antiochus, by contrast, entered a period of ascendance that earned him the epithet the Great. With his eastern frontier secured through successful campaigns against Parthia and Bactria, and his western territories expanded at his rival's expense, he began looking toward Europe and the Aegean a fateful direction that would soon bring him into conflict with Rome. The Syrian Wars underscored several defining features of the mature interstate system. Military power remained decisive, but was increasingly constrained by economic limitations and internal stability concerns. Diplomacy grew more sophisticated, with complex alliance networks and balance of power calculations. Most importantly, the closed system of purely Eastern Mediterranean powers was about to be shattered by the intervention of a rising Western state that operated according to different rules. While monarchs and generals fought for territory, a remarkable urban culture flourished throughout the Mediterranean basin. Urban centers, whether ancient foundations like Athens and Babylon, or new settlements like Alexandria and Antioch, served as the primary arena for cultural, intellectual, and social developments that would long outlast the political structures that fostered them. The metropolis at the Nile's mouth exemplified the quintessential Mediterranean hub. Founded by Alexander at a strategic location where the great river meets the sea, this planned community grew rapidly under royal patronage. By the mid-3rd century BC, it housed between 300,000 and 500,000 residents, making it the largest population center in the Mediterranean world. The physical layout reflected both planning and prosperity. A grid system of broad avenues divided functional zones, with public spaces distributed throughout. The Brucheion Royal Quarter contained palaces, administrative buildings, and cultural institutions. The harbour district featured the iconic Pharos Lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders, rising over 100 meters tall, with a mirror system projecting light visible from 35 miles out to sea. The most famous institutions, the museum and its adjoining collection of texts, established this coastal metropolis as the intellectual capital of the Mediterranean. Under royal patronage, this archive accumulated the largest collection of writings in antiquity. Estimates range from 400,000 to 700,000 scrolls. Every ship entering the harbour was required to surrender any books on board for copying, with the originals often kept and copies returned to their owners. The museum functioned as a research institute where scholars received stipends, shared meals, and conducted investigations across disciplines. Here, Euclid formalized geometry. Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy. Herophilus conducted human dissections, advancing anatomical knowledge, and Callimachus developed literary criticism and bibliography as formal disciplines. The population reflected extraordinary diversity. Macedonians and their descendants formed the political and cultural elite. A substantial Jewish community, centered in the Delta district, maintained its religious practices while adopting the common language and some cultural forms. Native inhabitants provided labor, administrative expertise, and religious continuity. The metropolis also housed significant communities of Syrians, Arabs, Persians, and eventually Romans, all interacting in markets, theatres, and gymnasia. Antioch on the Orontes, the western capital of the Northern Empire, developed along similar cosmopolitan lines. Situated in a fertile valley with access to both the Mediterranean and inland trade routes to Mesopotamia, this commercial centre became renowned for its beauty and luxury. Its main thoroughfare, 4 miles long and colonnaded along its entire length, featured marble pavements and elaborate fountains, innovations later copied by urban planners throughout the region. In the Balkan Peninsula, Athens maintained cultural preeminence despite diminished political importance. The town's schools of philosophy, the Academy, the Lyceum, the Stoa, and the Garden, attracted students from across the Mediterranean. Though no longer an imperial power, Athenian influence on architectural aesthetics, dramatic conventions, and rhetorical standards continued throughout the lands touched by Macedonian conquest. Pergamon in western Anatolia represented the ambitions of a second-tier power to achieve cultural parity with the older centers. Under Attalid patronage, the Acropolis was transformed into a terraced complex of monumental architecture, including a 10,000-seat theatre cut into the hillside, a massive altar to Zeus, and innovative archive facilities. Their collection of texts, second only to Alexandria's, grew so substantial that the Ptolemies eventually banned papyrus exports to limit their rivals' collection, prompting the Pergamene invention of parchment as an alternative writing material. Across these diverse communities, certain common institutions structured daily life. The gymnasium served not merely as an athletic facility, but as the center of elite male education and socialization. Young men received instruction in literature, rhetoric, and philosophy alongside physical training, while older citizens gathered to discuss politics and culture. These institutions helped standardize upper-class identity across vast geographical distances. The marketplace functioned as both commercial and social space. Here, residents of all backgrounds interacted daily, conducting business and exchanging information. The regular flow of goods from distant regions, Indian spices, Baltic amber, Arabian incense, Chinese silk, made even ordinary citizens aware of their participation in a vast interconnected world. Theatres held a central place in urban design and social life. Every significant settlement featured a performance venue, often seating 15,000 or more spectators. While continuing to present classical tragedies, these spaces increasingly favored new comedy, which depicted contemporary social situations and character types recognizable across the Mediterranean basin. Actors' guilds, the artists of Dionysus, traveled extensive circuits, ensuring that residents from Spain to Afghanistan could enjoy similar cultural experiences. Religious practice became increasingly eclectic. Traditional city cults continued, supplemented by royal patron deities and ruler cults. Simultaneously, mystery religions, offering personal salvation and emotional experiences, gained popularity. The Egyptian goddess Isis developed a particularly widespread following, with temples established throughout the Mediterranean. Her cult promised initiates protection in this life and salvation after death, appealing to those seeking more personal religious connections than state cults provided. Urban life also reflected growing social stratification and specialization. Professional guilds and associations proliferated, organizing workers, merchants, and even intellectual specialists. Considerable economic inequality existed, with magnificent private homes featuring mosaic floors and interior courtyards standing near crowded tenement buildings, housing the urban poor. The position of women showed intriguing regional variations within Hellenistic cities. In Egypt, women enjoyed relatively extensive legal rights, including property ownership, contractual authority, and access to courts without male guardians. Inscriptional evidence from Asia Minor similarly indicates women serving as civic benefactors and sometimes holding official positions. In Greece proper, traditional restrictions remained stronger, though wealthy women increasingly acted as public benefactors through religious offices. By the early 2nd century BC, this urban network constituted a surprisingly integrated cultural sphere, despite political fragmentation. A merchant, scholar, or artist could travel from Sicily to the Hindu Kush and find familiar institutions, shared cultural references, and common linguistic ground in each major city. This cosmopolitanism represented one of the most significant and enduring legacies of the Hellenistic age. The era's intellectual achievements were among its most significant and enduring contributions. Freed from the constraints of the classical polis, yet enriched by its heritage, thinkers created new systems for understanding the natural world and human existence that would influence subsequent civilizations for millennia. The philosophical innovations responded directly to the political fragmentation and cultural dislocations of the post-Alexander world. Classical thought had been deeply embedded in the context of the city-state, concerned with the good life in a particular political community. The new approaches, by contrast, sought universal principles applicable regardless of one's location or political circumstances. Epicureanism, founded by Epicurus of Samos, who established his school, the Garden, in Athens around 306 BC, offered one influential response to these conditions. Adopting an atomistic view of nature, Epicurus taught that the universe consists of atoms moving through void without divine direction. Human happiness, in this view, came not through political engagement but through ataraxia, freedom from disturbance achieved by moderating desires, cultivating friendship, and avoiding pain. Contrary to later mischaracterizations, Epicurean thought did not advocate hedonistic excess, but rather a carefully calculated management of pleasure and pain. Its materialist cosmology and emphasis on individual tranquility, rather than civic obligation, suited a world where traditional political structures had been supplanted by vast monarchies. The Latin poet Lucretius would later preserve these ideas in his masterpiece, De Rerum Natura, ensuring their transmission to the Western tradition. Stoicism, which would become the most influential philosophical movement, developed in Athens under Zeno of Citium, beginning around 300 BC. Named for the painted Stoa, where its adherents gathered, Stoicism conceived of the cosmos as permeated by a divine rational principle, logos. Human happiness came through living in accordance with nature by cultivating rational self-sufficiency and disregarding external circumstances beyond one's control. This approach proved remarkably adaptable to different social contexts. For rulers like Antigonus Gonatas of Macedon, Stoicism offered a framework for responsible monarchy. For individuals navigating the uncertainties of the age, it provided psychological resilience. Later adopted by Roman elites, Stoic ethical principles through figures like Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius would shape Western moral thought for centuries. Other philosophical schools flourished alongside these major traditions. Skepticism, developed by Pyrrho and later Academy philosophers, questioned the possibility of certain knowledge and advocated suspension of judgment. Cynics like Diogenes rejected social conventions entirely, advocating radical simplicity. The Peripatetic school continued Aristotle's encyclopedic investigations into natural philosophy and ethics. What united these diverse approaches was their cosmopolitanism, their implicit or explicit recognition that human wisdom transcended the boundaries of particular communities or cultures. When Diogenes the Cynic declared himself a citizen of the world, cosmopolites, he articulated a perspective increasingly common among intellectuals who moved between royal courts, participated in international scholarly communities, and addressed their works to humanity at large rather than to fellow citizens of a specific place. Scientific inquiry flourished under these conditions, particularly in mathematics, astronomy, geography, and medicine. Freed from theological constraints and supported by royal patronage, investigators made remarkable advances through systematic observation and mathematical analysis. Euclid, working in Alexandria around 300 BSC, compiled and systematized mathematical knowledge in his elements, a work so definitive that it remained the standard geometry textbook into the 20th century. His axiomatic method, deriving complex theorems from a few basic principles, established a model for rigorous mathematical demonstration. Cynics, like Diogenes, rejected social conventions entirely, advocating radical simplicity. The peripatetic school continued Aristotle's encyclopedic investigations into natural philosophy and ethics. What united these diverse approaches was their cosmopolitanism, their implicit or explicit recognition that human wisdom transcended the boundaries of particular cities or cultures. When Diogenes the Cynic declared himself a citizen of the world, cosmopolites, he articulated a perspective increasingly common among Hellenistic intellectuals who moved between royal courts, participated in international scholarly communities, and addressed their works to humanity at large, rather than to fellow citizens of a specific polis. Scientific inquiry flourished under these conditions, particularly in mathematics, astronomy, geography, and medicine. Freed from theological constraints and supported by royal patronage, Hellenistic scientists made remarkable advances through systematic observation and mathematical analysis. Euclid, working in Alexandria around 300 BC, compiled and systematized mathematical knowledge in his Elements, a work so definitive that it remained the standard geometry textbook into the 20th century. His axiomatic method, deriving complex theorems from a few basic principles, established a model for rigorous mathematical demonstration. Archimedes of Syracuse, perhaps the greatest scientist of antiquity, made fundamental discoveries in mathematics, physics, and engineering. He calculated the value of pi, developed the concept of specific gravity, invented compound pulleys and screws, and formulated the principles of hydrostatics and the lever. His practical applications included defensive war machines that temporarily held off Roman forces during the siege of Syracuse. Astronomical knowledge advanced through accurate observation and mathematical modeling. Aristarchus of Samos proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system around 250 BC, though this view remained minority opinion. Hipparchus later catalogued over 850 stars, calculated the solar year to within 6.5 minutes of its actual value, discovered the precession of the equinoxes, and developed trigonometry as a mathematical discipline. Eratosthenes, head of the research center at Alexandria, calculated Earth's circumference with remarkable precision by measuring shadows at different latitudes and applying geometric principles. He also created a system of latitude and longitude for mapping purposes and compiled the most accurate world geography of his time. Medical practice progressed dramatically, especially through the competing schools at Alexandria and Kazan. Herophilus conducted systematic human dissections, distinguishing between arteries and veins, identifying parts of the brain, and recognizing the significance of the pulse in diagnosis. Erasistratus studied the nervous system, distinguished between motor and sensory nerves, and came remarkably close to understanding blood circulation. These scientific achievements did not develop in isolation from philosophical and cultural currents. The same cosmopolitan outlook that characterized intellectual inquiry informed scientific research, which increasingly sought universal natural laws rather than explanations rooted in local traditions. The patronage system that supported scientists also shaped their work, as rulers competed for intellectual prestige by funding research centers and attracting leading scholars. Religious developments followed a similarly complex trajectory. Traditional civic cults continued, but were supplemented by new forms of worship responding to the era's cosmopolitan character. Ruler cults, initially established to honor Alexander, became standard practice as monarchs presented themselves as divine or semi-divine figures mediating between humanity and the gods. Simultaneously, mystery religions offering personal salvation gained popularity across the Mediterranean. The Eleusinian mysteries, long established in Greece, expanded their appeal. Devotees of Isis and Serapis, a syncretic deity combining Osiris with Hellenic elements, developed widespread followings. These practices offered initiates personal relationships with deities, emotional religious experiences, and promises of protection in life and death. Eastern spiritual traditions entered Western consciousness more fully during this period. Babylonian astronomical knowledge influenced Mediterranean cosmology. Persian dualistic concepts affected philosophical and religious thought. Buddhism, established in northern India, began interacting with Macedonian culture in Bactria and the northwestern Indian territories, eventually producing Greco-Buddhist artistic syntheses. For Jewish communities throughout the Mediterranean world, this period presented both opportunities and challenges. The large Jewish population in Alexandria commissioned the Septuagint, a translation of Hebrew scriptures into the common tongue, making their traditions accessible to wider audiences. Intellectuals like Philo developed sophisticated syntheses of Jewish theology with philosophical concepts. Yet these engagements also created tensions within Jewish communities, between traditionalists and those embracing aspects of the broader Mediterranean culture. By the early 2nd century BC, these philosophical, scientific, and religious developments had created an intellectual landscape of extraordinary diversity and sophistication. Ideas and practices flowed across political boundaries, producing new syntheses and specialized disciplines, while elite in character, dependent on literacy, leisure, and institutional support. These intellectual achievements represented a remarkable flowering of human creativity that would influence subsequent civilizations for millennia through their preservation in Byzantine, Islamic, and Western European traditions. The post-Alexander era witnessed profound transformations in artistic expression and scholarly production. Breaking from classical restraint, artists and writers explored new emotional registers, technical innovations, and subject matter, reflecting the cosmopolitan character of their age. Sculpture underwent perhaps the most visible evolution. While earlier statuary had favored idealized forms expressing harmony and balance, artists now embraced emotional intensity, dramatic movement, and psychological complexity. Works like the Laocoon group, depicting a Trojan priest and his sons struggling against serpents, or the Dying Gaul, capturing a wounded Celtic warrior's final moments, exemplified this new aesthetic sensibility. Bodies contorted in pain, faces registering complex emotions, compositions designed to evoke powerful responses from viewers. Artists expanded their subject matter beyond gods and heroes to include ordinary people, often with stark realism. Old women, children, peasants, and foreigners appeared in works that sometimes approached caricature, but reflected the diverse social world of Mediterranean communities. Technical virtuosity reached new heights, with complex multi-figure compositions, sophisticated understanding of perspective, and masterful rendering of textures from flowing drapery to human skin. The iconic altar of Zeus at Pergamon exemplified these trends on a monumental scale. Commissioned by Eumenes II to commemorate his victory over the Galatians, the altar featured a 400-foot frieze depicting the battle between gods and giants. Its dynamic composition, emotional intensity, and technical brilliance represented the culmination of sculptural achievement and a tallied cultural ambition. Similar developments characterized painting, though fewer examples survive. Literary sources describe works of extraordinary naturalism, grapes painted so realistically that birds attempted to eat them, or trompe-l'oeil architectural elements. Extant Roman wall paintings, derived from earlier originals, suggest sophisticated use of perspective, shading, and atmospheric effects. Mosaics, increasingly popular in elite homes, adapted painting techniques to this durable medium, with spectacular examples surviving from Pella, Alexandria, and Pergamon. Architecture reflected both traditional elements and innovative approaches. Temple forms continued, but with regional variations and increased monumental scale. The Didyma Temple of Apollo near Miletus featured columns over 19 meters tall. Urban planning became more sophisticated, with grid patterns, zone districts, and integrated water systems characterizing new foundations. Engineering achievements included the Pharos Lighthouse, the Tunnel of Eupalinos on Samos, a kilometer-long water tunnel driven through a mountain from both ends with remarkable precision, and the massive Pergamon Acropolis complex terraced into a steep hillside. These projects demonstrated mastery of mathematics, materials science, and organizational capacity. Literature underwent equally significant transformations. The classical genres, epic, tragedy, history, continued, but were reformulated for new audiences and contexts. The coastal metropolis of Alexandria emerged as the primary center of literary production under royal patronage, fostering a self-conscious literary culture centered around its vast textual collection. Poetry flourished particularly through the efforts of scholar poets associated with Alexandria's intellectual institutions. Callimachus, who catalogued the textual holdings, advocated for a new poetic aesthetic favoring brevity, elusiveness, and technical perfection over lengthy traditional forms. His dictum, mega biblion, mega kakon, big book, big evil, encapsulated this approach, which prioritized erudite, carefully crafted works for sophisticated audiences. Theocritus invented the bucolic or pastoral genre with his idylls, creating an idealized rustic world that would influence European literature for millennia. Apollonius of Rhodes, despite Callimachus's strictures against the form, composed the Argonautica, a psychological epic focusing on Medea's inner turmoil that reinterpreted the epic tradition for contemporary sensibilities. Female poets also gained prominence, with Gnosis, Anite, and Erinna producing works that survived in later anthologies. Prose writing developed in increasingly specialized directions. Historical writing diverged into scholarly chronology, sensational accounts of Alexander and exotic lands, and more traditional political military narratives. Scientific treatises proliferated across disciplines from astronomy to botany. The novel emerged as a new form with works like Chariton's Callirhoe, combining romance, adventure, and exotic settings for an expanding literate audience. New comedy, represented particularly by Menander, dominated theatrical production. Replacing the biting political satire of Aristophanic comedy, these works focused on domestic situations, stock characters, the miserly father, the clever slave, the boastful soldier, and complex plots often resolved through recognition scenes. Their appeal lay in depicting recognizable social types and situations applicable across the Mediterranean world, from Sicily to Bactria. Education became increasingly standardized throughout the lands conquered by Macedonia. The gymnasium served as the primary institution for male citizens, providing both athletic training and instruction in the enkyclios paideia, well-rounded education, encompassing grammar, rhetoric, mathematics, music, and physical skills. Advanced education in philosophy, medicine, or rhetoric required specialized study with established masters or at institutions like Alexandria's museum. Archive culture transformed intellectual life. Beyond Alexandria's great collection, document repositories were established at Pergamon, Antioch, Rhodes, and other centers. These institutions facilitated scholarly production, textual criticism, and the preservation of older works. Editors like Zenodotus and Aristophanes of Byzantium established authoritative texts of Homer and other classical authors, developing critical symbols and commentaries that formed the foundation of textual scholarship. Book production became increasingly sophisticated. The scroll remained the standard format, but scribal practices, cataloging systems, and scholarly apparatus, tables of contents, indices, cross-references, evolved to manage growing collections. Literary works circulated more widely than ever before, creating an international republic of letters connected through copied manuscripts. Perhaps most significantly, intellectual culture was characterized by increasing specialization and professionalization. The Research Institute model, providing scholars with stipends and resources to pursue their work, anticipated modern academic institutions. Disciplines developed their own methodologies, technical vocabularies, and canons of important works. Scholars identified with specific intellectual traditions and engaged in sometimes fierce controversies with rival schools. This proliferation of artistic and intellectual activity, though centered in major urban hubs, extended throughout the Mediterranean basin and beyond. Even frontier regions participated through imported artworks, traveling performers, and itinerant teachers. The result was a remarkably integrated cultural sphere, spanning vast geographical distances and diverse populations. By the early 2nd century BC, as Roman power began encroaching on the eastern Mediterranean, these artistic and scholarly achievements had established patterns that would endure long after the political structures that fostered them collapsed. The fusion of Macedonian forms with regional influences, the cosmopolitan character of intellectual life, and the emphasis on specialized knowledge would prove among the most significant and enduring legacies of the age. As the 3rd century drew to a close, the inland sea's political landscape stood on the cusp of transformation. For over a century, the successors of Alexander had dominated the eastern waters, their conflicts and cultural achievements developing in relative isolation from events in the western regions. This separation was about to end dramatically. The city-state on the Tiber River, originally a modest Italian town, had gradually extended its influence throughout the peninsula during the 4th and 3rd centuries BC. Through a combination of martial prowess, political acumen, and a unique alliance system, this rising force had subjugated or incorporated neighboring peoples, including the advanced Etruscan civilization to the north and the affluent Magna Graecian colonies to the south. The First Punic struggle against Carthage, fought primarily over Sicily, established the Italian Confederation as a naval authority. The Second Punic conflict, triggered by Hannibal's audacious march from Spain across the Alps into Italy, proved even more consequential. Despite the Carthaginian generals' tactical brilliance and multiple devastating defeats, the resilience of the peninsula's dominant state ultimately prevailed. The conflict concluded with Carthage stripped of its overseas territories, its navy severely limited, and its political autonomy compromised. The first significant interaction with the Eastern Mediterranean came during this existential struggle against Carthage. In 215 BC, Philip V of the Northern Realm perceiving vulnerability following the catastrophic defeat at Cannae, allied with Hannibal against the common enemy. This first Macedonian confrontation remained a secondary theatre for the Italian power, a distraction they managed primarily by subsidizing Philip's regional rivals, the Aetolian League, while focusing their main effort against Carthage. The peace treaty that ended this conflict in 205 BC simply preserved the status quo, with no territorial claims made in the Balkan Peninsula. Yet the encounter had profound implications. The Western power had been drawn, however reluctantly, into Eastern affairs. More importantly, the monarchies across the Adriatic had now registered in Italian strategic thinking as potential threats requiring vigilance and, if necessary, military response. The decisive shift in relations came shortly after the final victory over Carthage. In 200 BC, Philip V, emboldened by his recent successes against possessions in the Aegean, began threatening Pergamon and Rhodes, two commercial centers with strong ties to the Italian Republic. These states appealed to the Senate for protection, citing Philip's alliance with the defeated Hannibal as evidence of hostile intent toward the Western power itself. Despite war weariness among the populace, the Senate persuaded the Assembly to authorize a new conflict against the Northern Kingdom. Their justification combined security concerns with moral outrage at aggression against autonomous communities, a rhetorical framework that would characterize many subsequent interventions in the East. The Second Macedonian confrontation demonstrated the Western military's superiority over even the most sophisticated Eastern forces. The decisive encounter came at Cynoscephalae in Thessaly during the spring of 197 BC. Here, the infantry formations commanded by Titus Quinctius Flamininus proved devastatingly effective against the traditional phalanx, the formation that had conquered the Persian Empire under Alexander. While extraordinarily powerful in frontal engagements on favorable terrain, the phalanx's limited flexibility proved fatal against the more adaptable units. When uneven ground disrupted the northern formation, the attackers exploited the gaps, striking from the flanks and rear, where the long sarissas offered no protection. Philip's forces were routed, with 8,000 killed and 5,000 captured. The peace terms imposed on the defeated kingdom proved less harsh than might have been expected. Philip retained his throne, but surrendered his navy, reduced his army, abandoned all territories outside his homeland, and paid a substantial indemnity. More significantly, he became an ally of the victors, obligated to support their subsequent Eastern campaigns, a pattern of incorporating defeated opponents that had served the Italian state well in its peninsular expansion. The conflict's most dramatic aftermath came the following year at the Isthmian Games near Corinth. There, Flamininus made a proclamation that resounded throughout the eastern shores. All states previously under northern domination would henceforth be free and autonomous, without garrisons, subject to no tribute, governed by their ancestral laws. This declaration, greeted with such jubilation that birds allegedly fell from the sky, stunned by the collective shout, revealed the initial approach to Eastern policy. Rather than directly annexing territories, the Western authority presented itself as the disinterested protector of autonomy against monarchical oppression, a stance that aligned conveniently with its republican self-image while requiring minimal administrative commitment. Yet this apparent liberation carried implicit conditions. The autonomy granted extended only to those communities that aligned with the interests of their new benefactor. Moreover, by dismantling existing systems without replacing them with any coherent alternative, the settlement created a vacuum that inevitably drew further involvement as mediator and arbiter of local disputes. This ambiguous status, nominally independent yet increasingly deferential to foreign dictates, left many communities uncertain and divided. Some embraced the newcomers as liberators from northern domination. Others, particularly those who had achieved stability under the former system, viewed the disruption with apprehension. This ambivalence would characterize Eastern attitudes toward the Western presence for generations. For the triumphant Western state itself, this victory marked a watershed. Though most troops withdrew from the Aegean region by 194 BC, maintaining only a symbolic presence, the Italian city had established itself as the preeminent martial force in the known world. The question now was how this newfound influence would be exercised, and how other Eastern authorities would respond to this emergence as an arbiter of regional affairs. While the Western powers contended with Philip V, Antiochus III was completing the most impressive restoration of authority since his dynasty's founder a century earlier. His early reign had focused on reconsolidating control over rebellious eastern provinces, culminating in a 7-year campaign that reached as far as the borders of India. After concluding favorable treaties with Bactria and the rising Parthian state, he turned westward with his eastern frontiers secured. The Fifth Syrian War against the southern realm had culminated in his decisive triumph at Panium in 200 BC, bringing the long-contested region of Coele-Syria permanently under his control. Building on this success, Antiochus launched a campaign in Western Asia Minor to reclaim ancestral territories lost during his predecessor's reigns, including cities that had gained autonomy or fallen under other influences. This westward expansion inevitably brought him into contact with the growing sphere of influence emanating from across the Adriatic. The initial encounters were diplomatic. In 196 BC, Antiochus met with Flamininus in Corinth, where the Western commander clarified that his government expected respect for the autonomy of independent cities in Asia Minor. The Syrian monarch countered that such concerns represented unwarranted interference in his ancestral domains. These tensions escalated when Antiochus crossed into Europe in 195 to 194 BC, establishing a foothold in Thrace, territory once controlled by Lysimachus that the Syrians had always considered rightfully theirs. The Italian authorities viewed this move with alarm, interpreting it as aggression toward their recent settlement in the Aegean. A series of increasingly confrontational diplomatic exchanges failed to resolve the impasse. The situation grew more volatile in 192 BC, when the Aetolian League, disaffected with the settlement that had denied them territorial gains after Philip's defeat, invited Antiochus to liberate the peninsula. Accepting this invitation, despite warnings, Antiochus landed with 10,000 troops, a force sufficient for a bridgehead, but inadequate for prolonged conflict with the Western military apparatus. This miscalculation revealed a fundamental misreading of intentions and capabilities. Antiochus, accustomed to the fluid diplomacy of the Eastern Mediterranean, where alliances shifted constantly and limited conflicts achieved limited objectives, failed to recognize that his new adversary, when it fought at all, fought to decisively eliminate perceived threats. The response was swift and overwhelming. A force of 20,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry under Manius Acilius Glabrio confronted Antiochus at Thermopylae in 191 BC, the same pass where Leonidas and his Spartans had made their famous stand against Xerxes. Unlike the Persians, the attackers simply dispatched a force through the same mountain path to outflank the defenders. Antiochus fled back to Asia with barely 500 survivors from his expeditionary force. With their foe driven from Europe, the victors might have concluded the conflict. Instead, they determined to pursue Antiochus into Asia Minor, a momentous decision marking their first military operation on the Asian continent. This expansion of the conflict's scope demonstrated their conviction that security interests now extended well beyond Italy or even the Balkans. The decisive confrontation came at Magnesia in late 190 BC. Lucius Cornelius Scipio, with his more experienced brother Scipio Africanus as his deputy, commanded a combined force of approximately 30,000 troops, reinforced by contingents from Pergamon under King Eumenes II. Antiochus fielded a more numerous but heterogeneous force of 70,000, including the traditional phalanx, various allied contingents, scythed chariots, and 54 war elephants. The clash followed a pattern becoming familiar in these encounters. Antiochus personally led a successful cavalry charge on one wing, but pursued too far from the main battlefield, eerily reminiscent of his ancestor Antigonus, One-Eye's fatal error at Ipsus nearly a century earlier. In his absence, the attackers shattered the Syrian infantry. What began as organized combat devolved into slaughter, with Western discipline prevailing over numerically superior but less cohesive opponents. The Treaty of Apamea in 188 BC formalized Antiochus's defeat on punitive terms. The Syrian court surrendered all territory north of the Taurus Mountains, reduced its navy to 10 ships, abandoned its war elephants, agreed to pay 15,000 talents over 12 years, and surrendered prominent hostages, including the king's younger son, the future Antiochus IV. Most consequentially, the territorial concessions eliminated the Syrian presence in Asia Minor entirely. These vacated territories were distributed according to the victors' interests. The kingdom of Pergamon, their most loyal regional ally, received the lion's share, instantly becoming a major authority. Rhodes gained control of Lycia and parts of Caria, enhancing its commercial dominance. Numerous cities were declared autonomous, particularly those with cultural significance, creating a patchwork of independence and dependency that defied simple categorization. Perhaps most significantly, the Western conquerors once again declined to establish direct administrative control over these newly subordinated regions. As in the Aegean proper, they preferred to rule through compliant local agents, maintaining a posture of disinterested benefaction while extracting imperial benefits without administrative burdens. This settlement transformed the Eastern political landscape. Pergamon, suddenly elevated to front-rank status, became the primary agent in Asia Minor, a position both privileged and precarious, as the Attalids now depended entirely on foreign favor for their newfound prominence. The Syrian monarchy, though still controlling vast territories from the Mediterranean to Iran, had been decisively checked in its westward ambitions and reduced to a second-tier position. For the numerous autonomous communities caught between these powers, navigating the new reality required delicate diplomacy. Technical independence often meant practical subservience to foreign wishes, expressed through increasingly imperious requests from visiting commissioners. Those who misjudged the acceptable boundaries of this autonomy would soon discover the limits of Western patience. Antiochus himself, once styled the Great for his eastern reconquests, died in 187 BC while attempting to plunder a temple in Elymai, a desperate measure to replenish the treasury depleted by war indemnities. His dream of restoring preeminence had been shattered against the implacable force of Western arms, leaving his successors a diminished inheritance and a dangerous precedent of foreign intervention. The victory over the Syrian court completed the Western military dominance over all major Eastern powers. In less than 15 years, the two strongest states had been decisively defeated, their fighting methods proven obsolete against the newcomers' tactics. The remaining question was not whether a single authority would dominate the Eastern Mediterranean, but how it would choose to exercise that domination. The Second Macedonian conflict and the Syrian war had established the Western Republic as the arbiter of Eastern Mediterranean affairs. Yet this aggressive state remained reluctant to assume direct administrative responsibility for its new sphere of influence. This created an inherently unstable situation. The dominant power insisted on compliance with its interests, but provided no consistent framework for regional governance. Philip V, though decisively defeated at Cenocephali, had accepted his reduced status with pragmatic realism. He diligently fulfilled treaty obligations, supported his former enemy against Antiochus, and focused on rebuilding his realm's internal strength. This cooperative stance earned grudging respect, manifested in gradually reduced indemnity payments and relaxed restrictions. Upon Philip's death in 179 BC, his son inherited a nation substantially recovered from its earlier defeat. The treasury had been replenished, population losses replaced, and the army rebuilt within treaty limitations. More problematically, Perseus also inherited his father's barely concealed resentment of foreign hegemony and determination to restore dignity. The new monarch initially maintained correct relations, while diplomatically strengthening his position within the region. He arranged a marriage alliance with the Syrian king, reconciled with the Achaean League, and cultivated ties with Rhodes and other independent states. These activities, though not explicitly hostile to the West, raised suspicions that Perseus sought to build a coalition capable of challenging foreign predominance. King Eumenes II of Pergamon, whose security depended entirely on Western protection, played a decisive role in escalating these suspicions. In 172 BC, he appeared before the Senate to enumerate alleged provocations, excessive military preparations, diplomatic machinations, and even assassination plots. Though much of this testimony constituted exaggeration or fabrication motivated by self-interest, it found a receptive audience among officials already predisposed to view the northern realm as intrinsically hostile. The decision for a preemptive strike reflected both specific concerns about Perseus and broader anxieties about the geopolitical balance. A revitalized Macedonia might serve as a rallying point for resentment against foreign interference, a sentiment that had grown as the gap between rhetoric of liberation and the reality of domination became increasingly apparent. Better, some argued, to eliminate this potential threat before it could mature. A new campaign began in 171 BC on pretexts so flimsy that even contemporary historians struggled to justify them. The initial offensives proved unexpectedly difficult for the attackers. The first 2 years saw incompetent leadership, logistical failures, and minor northern victories that boosted Perseus's prestige and encouraged Greek neutrality, or even tacit support for his cause. Instead, Perseus's prestige and encouraged Greek neutrality, or even tacit support for his cause. This changed dramatically with the appointment of Lucius Aemilius Paulus, a capable commander from one of Rome's most distinguished families, as consul and general for the 168 BC campaign. Paulus immediately restored discipline to the demoralized Roman army and maneuvered Perseus into an untenable position, forcing the decisive battle at Pydna in June 168 BC. The Battle of Pydna represented the final test of the Macedonian phalanx against the Roman legion and its last chance for vindication. Initially, the phalanx's advance pushed back the Roman line, creating moments of genuine crisis. But when the uneven ground opened gaps in the Macedonian formation, Roman maniples exploited these breaches with lethal efficiency. What began as an orderly contest devolved into massacre, with 20,000 Macedonians killed and 11,000 captured. Perseus himself fled to Samothrace before surrendering to Roman custody. Rome's response to victory proved unexpectedly severe. Rather than maintaining Macedonia as a weakened client state, as they had after Cynocephalae, the Senate decided on complete dissolution of the kingdom. Macedonia was divided into 4 separate republics, deliberately designed to fracture economic and cultural unity. These entities were forbidden to intermarry, trade with each other, or exploit the country's rich mineral resources, a study in deliberate economic degradation. For the broader region, the aftermath brought a harsh demonstration of unchallenged power. Suspecting the Achaean League of sympathizing with Perseus, the victors deported 1,000 of its leading citizens to Italy for investigation, where they remained without trial for 17 years. Rhodes, which had attempted to mediate the conflict, lost its privileged status and saw its economy deliberately undermined through the creation of a free port at Delos. Most notoriously, visiting commissioners drew up lists of undesirable individuals throughout the region who were summarily executed or deported. Property confiscations, arbitrary detentions, and public humiliations confirmed that autonomy now existed entirely at the pleasure of foreign masters. Any pretense of liberation had been abandoned in favor of naked intimidation. Symbolic of this new reality was the fate of Perseus himself. Once the proud heir to Alexander's heritage, he was paraded through the streets of the conquering city, then imprisoned in squalid conditions till his death. His young son, the last of his line, survived as a municipal clerk in an Italian town, a living emblem of total subjugation. The consequences of Pydna extended far beyond the northern borders. Without the counterbalance that Perseus' kingdom had provided, the few remaining eastern allies found themselves unable to resist increasingly overt domination. The Attalids of Pergamon and the court in Alexandria became virtual vassals, their foreign and increasingly their domestic policies dictated by visiting envoys. For common people throughout the eastern Mediterranean, these developments brought profound uncertainty. The previous system, for all its flaws, had provided a familiar framework within which local communities could function with reasonable predictability. That structure now lay in ruins, replaced by an improvised arrangement of Western hegemony, exercised through compliant local elites. The period following Pydna saw growing economic dislocation throughout the region. Foreign tax collectors and businessmen flooded into the conquered territories, exploiting political connections to secure advantageous contracts and trade positions. Italian merchants operating with implicit backing displaced local commercial networks, while increasing quantities of wealth flowed westward as tribute, indemnities, and private profit. Intellectual and cultural life, already gravitating westward due to elite patronage patterns, accelerated this reorientation. The deportation of 1,000 Achaean nobles to Italy inadvertently created a diaspora of thinkers, who introduced refined cultural elements to the uppermost classes of their captors. Among these deportees was the historian Polybius, whose close relationship with the Scipio family would produce the most insightful contemporary analysis of the rise to Mediterranean dominance. By 167 BC, less than 40 years after the first major intervention against Philip V, the Eastern Mediterranean had been transformed from a system of competing kingdoms into an informal empire dominated by a single power. The political entity that still maintained the constitutional forms and civic ideology of a city-state now effectively controlled territories, stretching from the Pillars of Hercules to the borders of Parthia. This transformation had occurred with remarkable speed and relatively limited direct military engagement, a testament both to overwhelming martial superiority and to the fragility of the system it had displaced. The successors of Alexander, once seemingly invincible conquerors, had proven unable to adapt their military and political structures to meet the challenge of this new Western power. For the victorious state itself, these conquests would have profound and ultimately destabilizing consequences. The massive influx of wealth, slaves, and luxury goods transformed society and economic systems in ways that undermined traditional values. The opportunities for essentially unsupervised authority that provincial commands offered created new pathways to individual influence, gradually weakening collective governance. Most fundamentally, these Eastern victories had eliminated all external threats capable of enforcing restraint on behavior, both internationally and domestically. Without meaningful opposition, the checks that necessity had placed on ambition disappeared, leaving the once modest Italian city-state increasingly subject only to its own internal limitations that would prove inadequate to prevent its eventual transformation into an autocratic empire. The settlement after Pydna placed the peoples of the Eastern Mediterranean in an unprecedented position. For the first time since Alexander's conquests, they confronted a hegemonic authority that could not be balanced or resisted through traditional means. This new reality forced communities and individuals to develop strategies for preserving identity, autonomy, and dignity while accommodating foreign dominance. These strategies varied widely across the region. Some states and leaders embraced accommodation, cultivating foreign patrons and realigning local institutions to complement external interests. Others pursued a delicate balancing act, maintaining formal compliance while preserving as much practical independence as possible. A few attempted outright resistance, almost invariably with disastrous consequences. The most prominent example of successful accommodation was the Kingdom of Pergamon. King Eumenes II, and later his brother Attalus II, calibrated their realm's policies to align perfectly with Western preferences, effectively becoming administrative agents of foreign power in Asia Minor. This approach yielded significant short-term benefits, including territorial expansion and considerable political autonomy in internal affairs. Yet even this model of collaboration revealed the precariousness of all positions within the new system. When Eumenes traveled to Italy to congratulate the Senate after Pydna, he was refused entry on spurious grounds, a calculated humiliation demonstrating that even the most loyal allies remained subordinate. This incident reflected growing reluctance to treat even compliant monarchs as genuine partners rather than glorified subjects. The court in Alexandria pursued a more complex balancing strategy. Geographically insulated from direct pressure and possessing resources still valuable to their Western neighbors, the Ptolemaic rulers maintained greater independence than most Eastern states. Ptolemy VI Philometor artfully navigated foreign demands while preserving essential sovereignty, even successfully appealing for support against his brother Ptolemy, the eighth Physcon, in their dynastic disputes. For smaller states and leagues, accommodation often meant accepting increasingly explicit direction in both foreign and domestic affairs. The Achaean League, once the most promising experiment in federal governance, found its authority steadily eroded by foreign intervention in its internal disputes. Visiting commissioners regularly countermanded league decisions, demanded the punishment of officials who showed insufficient deference, and gradually hollowed out the substance of Achaean autonomy while maintaining its institutional forms. Individual cities developed their own approaches to the new power dynamic. Athens, trading on its cultural prestige and historical reputation, secured privileged status as a free city with genuine, if limited, autonomy. Maintaining carefully curated cultural programs that appealed to visiting officials, the city reinvented itself as an intellectual and educational center catering to elite foreign visitors, a strategy that provided both protection and prosperity. Rhodes represented a cautionary tale of miscalculation. Having built its prominence on naval strength and commercial acumen, the island republic attempted to maintain neutrality during the Third Macedonian conflict. This policy, entirely consistent with Rhodes's traditional independence, was interpreted as virtual betrayal. The punitive response, establishment of Delos as a free port and withdrawal of territories on the mainland, deliberately undermined Rhodian prosperity, reducing a proud maritime power to dependency within a generation. For ordinary people throughout the region, adaptation often occurred at more practical levels. Merchants increasingly oriented their trade networks toward Italian markets and customers. Artisans modified their products to suit Western tastes. Local elites sent their sons to study the language and legal systems of their new masters, recognizing that advancement now required familiarity with the dominant culture. The intellectual response to foreign hegemony proved particularly complex. Some thinkers embraced collaboration, developing justifications based on concepts of natural superiority or divine favor. Others retreated into cultural chauvinism, emphasizing the supposedly unbridgeable gap between their refined civilization and Western barbarism. The most sophisticated, exemplified by Polybius, sought to understand the newcomers on their own terms, analyzing the distinctive institutions and values that had enabled this unexpected power to surpass the older kingdoms. Religious developments reflected similar diversity. Traditional civic cults continued, but were increasingly supplemented by practices that helped communities cope with diminished political agency. Mystery religions, offering personal salvation, gained further popularity, providing meaning and solace beyond the compromised public sphere. The worship of Tyche, fortune, spread widely, an appropriate devotion for people who increasingly experienced history as something that happened to them rather than something they actively shaped. Throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, elites faced particularly difficult choices. As traditional paths to prominence through military leadership or independent diplomatic initiative narrowed, ambitious individuals needed to recalibrate their aspirations within new parameters. Some became enthusiastic collaborators, serving as intermediaries between their communities and foreign officials. Others clung to increasingly hollow positions in traditional institutions, presiding over diminishing spheres of genuine authority. This process created new fault lines within societies. Those who embraced connections with their new masters often prospered economically and politically, creating resentment among more traditionally oriented compatriots. Cultural accommodationists who adopted foreign dress, language, or customs found themselves criticized as traitors to ancestral ways, while traditionalists were dismissed as backward-looking and impractical. These tensions, playing out within families and communities, complicated collective responses to domination. Despite widespread pragmatic accommodation, resentment of outside rule simmered beneath the surface in many regions. High-handed behavior by foreign officials, exploitative economic practices by Italian businessmen, and the fundamental indignity of external control generated grievances that occasionally erupted into open resistance. Small-scale revolts in Macedonian mining districts and rural Anatolia, though easily suppressed, indicated broader discontent. The most significant organized resistance came from the Achaean League, in 146 BC, 2 decades after Pydna. Driven to desperation by increasingly intrusive foreign interference, the League's leaders, against all strategic logic, declared opposition to their overlords. The resulting conflict ended predictably with a crushing defeat at Corinth. The venerable city was sacked, its art treasures looted, its male population killed or enslaved, its buildings burned. This devastating example, deliberately executed for maximum psychological impact, demonstrated the consequences of defiance. In the aftermath, the Achaean League was dissolved, and the entire region was placed under the direct supervision of the governor of Macedonia, the first step toward formal provincialization. Throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, any remaining illusions about the possibility of genuine independence were dispelled. Accommodation, however humiliating, remained the only viable option. Yet even as political subjugation intensified, cultural interaction between East and West deepened in complex ways. Eastern intellectuals, artists, and teachers found eager audiences and patrons in Italy. Western elites increasingly adopted aspects of Eastern education, aesthetics, and philosophy, often while simultaneously denigrating political incapacity and moral weakness. The resulting cultural synthesis, though developed under conditions of unequal power, would prove one of the most enduring legacies of this period. By 146 BC, the transition from the system established after Alexander's death to a new imperial hegemony was effectively complete. The Eastern Mediterranean, which had been dominated by competing successor kingdoms for over 150 years, now functioned as an informal dominion radiating from the Seven Hills. While the development of formal provincial administration would require several more decades, the underlying reality of control had been firmly established. The monarchies that survived, principally the diminished Syrian state and court of Alexandria, did so only as clients. The vibrant interstate system that had characterized the previous century and a half had been replaced by a single power structure. The political framework established by Alexander's successors had come to its end, though the cultural and intellectual achievements of the preceding age would continue to shape Mediterranean civilization for centuries to come. While the political landscape of the Mediterranean world was being transformed by the rise of Western power, profound spiritual and societal developments were unfolding in the Eastern territories that would ultimately prove even more consequential for world history. Nowhere were these dynamics more evident than in Judea, where a distinctive faith group navigated the challenges of preserving their core values while adapting to changing political realities. The homeland of the followers of Yahweh occupied a precarious position at the crossroads between the northern Syrian realm and the southern Egyptian kingdom. This strategic location meant that control of the territory shifted repeatedly during the wars of the successors. Initially falling under Ptolemaic authority after the partition of Alexander's empire, Judea remained a southern possession through the 3rd century BC, enjoying a period of relative stability and self-governance. Under Ptolemaic administration, the population maintained substantial local governance through the office of the high priest and the council of elders known as the Gerousia. Sacred rites continued without significant interference, and tax obligations, while burdensome, were predictable. This arrangement facilitated a functioning accommodation between indigenous spiritual requirements and foreign political authority. The high priesthood became the pivotal institution during this period, combining spiritual leadership with administrative duties. Selected from the Zadokite lineage, the high priest served as the people's representative to foreign authorities, while overseeing the sacrificial system that stood at the center of Judean ritual life. This concentration of power would later prove problematic, as the office became increasingly politicized and subject to external influence. A substantial diaspora developed throughout the Mediterranean during the Ptolemaic period. The Egyptian metropolis of Alexandria emerged as a particularly important center, housing perhaps the largest concentration of Judeans outside their homeland. These scattered settlements maintained core observances while adapting to their multicultural surroundings, developing distinctive approaches to ancestral customs that sometimes diverged from practices in their original homeland. One of the most significant achievements of this period was the translation of the sacred texts into the common language of the Eastern Mediterranean. The Septuagint, as this translation came to be known, began with the Torah in the early 3rd century BC and gradually expanded to include other revered writings. Traditional accounts attribute the project to the patronage of Ptolemy, the second Philadelphus, who supposedly commissioned 72 scholars to create the definitive translation for the Great Library of Alexandria. Beyond its practical value for diaspora populations no longer fluent in Hebrew, this translation project represented a momentous step in making Judean thought accessible to the wider intellectual world. The translators needed to find Greek equivalents for Hebrew concepts, facilitating a complex cross-cultural exchange that would influence both traditions. It also established a precedent for engaging with the dominant culture while maintaining distinctive beliefs, a pattern that would characterize much of subsequent history for these people. The political situation changed dramatically in 200 BC when Antiochus III defeated Ptolemaic forces at the Battle of Panium and incorporated Judea into the northern realm. Initially, this transition seemed advantageous for the local populace. Antiochus confirmed existing privileges and reduced tax burdens as part of his policy of securing local support in newly acquired territories. The leadership in Jerusalem, headed by High Priest Simon the Just, pragmatically transferred their allegiance to the new ruler. When Antiochus besieged the Acra fortress in Jerusalem, still held by a Ptolemaic garrison, local forces supported him against their former overlords. In gratitude, Antiochus issued a royal decree confirming sacred rights and providing financial support for the sanctuary operations. This cordial relationship continued through the early years of northern rule, but the seeds of future conflict were already present. The Syrian kingdom had traditionally pursued a more active policy of cultural integration than their southern predecessors, establishing cities on the Hellenic model throughout their territories and encouraging the adoption of certain civic practices. While Antiochus III respected local peculiarities, the underlying tension between exclusive monotheism and the cosmopolitan ethos of the age remained unresolved. Furthermore, the northern court itself soon faced calamitous reverses. Antiochus III's defeat at Magnesia in 190 BC and the punishing Treaty of Apamea that followed placed enormous financial strain on the kingdom. His successor, Seleucus IV, desperate for revenue to pay the crushing war indemnity owed to Rome, cast covetous eyes on the sanctuary treasury in Jerusalem, a crisis temporarily averted through diplomatic maneuvering by the high priest. The most significant catalyst for change, however, came not from external pressures, but from within Judean society itself. By the early 2nd century BC, Hellenic influence had made substantial inroads among the upper echelons of Jerusalem's elite. A faction emerged that favored greater integration into the broader Mediterranean world, adopting aspects of Hellenic education, athletics, and social customs while maintaining certain ancestral observances. This modernizing tendency was opposed by traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as a dangerous compromise of distinctive beliefs. These competing visions created internal divisions that would be exploited by ambitious individuals and external powers alike. What began as a cultural disagreement would eventually erupt into violent confrontation with far-reaching consequences. The flashpoint came during the reign of Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who acceded to the northern throne in 175 BC after his brother's assassination. Unlike his father, who had pursued a pragmatic policy of tolerance, Antiochus IV embraced a more aggressive approach to cultural unification within his realm. This shift coincided with, and partly responded to, intensifying factional conflict within the Judean leadership. In Jerusalem, the traditionalist high priest Onias III faced a challenge from his brother Jason, who offered Antiochus a substantial payment in exchange for the high priesthood and permission to establish a gymnasium and ephebate, young men's training institution, in Jerusalem. This represented a dramatic break with tradition, as the office had previously been hereditary rather than purchased, and the Hellenic institutions introduced activities incompatible with strict interpretations of ancestral law. The establishment of the gymnasium symbolized the growing divide. Young aristocrats participated in athletic contests traditionally performed in the nude, a custom deeply offensive to traditionalists. Some even underwent painful surgical procedures to reverse circumcision in order to avoid embarrassment in these settings. The adoption of Greek names, clothing styles, and social customs by the elite further exacerbated tensions with those committed to ancestral ways. Jason's tenure proved brief. Within 3 years, he was himself outbid by Menelaus, who secured the high priesthood, despite not belonging to the traditional lineage at all. This unprecedented breach of protocol alienated even moderate elements of the population and delegitimized the sanctuary leadership in the eyes of many observant individuals. The situation deteriorated further when rumors of Antiochus IV's death during his Egyptian campaign sparked a brief civil conflict in Jerusalem. Upon his return, Antiochus interpreted these disturbances as rebellion. His punitive response in 167 BC included the plundering of the treasury, the installation of a foreign garrison in Jerusalem, and, most provocatively, a series of prohibitions targeting core Judean customs. These measures included bans on circumcision, Sabbath observance, and possession of Torah scrolls. The sacred precincts were rededicated to Zeus Olympios, and a pagan altar, the abomination of desolation referenced in the Book of Daniel, was erected. Participation in sacrifices to foreign deities was mandated, with severe penalties for non-compliance. Unlike previous foreign rulers who had accommodated local beliefs, Antiochus IV directly challenged the foundations of Judean monotheism. The motivations behind these unprecedented restrictions remain debated. Traditional accounts portray them as unprovoked persecution. Some modern scholars suggest they represented an emergency response to perceived rebellion, while others view them as an acceleration of an existing integration process with support from Hellenizing factions. What is clear is that the measures crossed a line that previous rulers had carefully respected, transforming political subjugation into an existential spiritual crisis. The response to this crisis would reshape this people's history, demonstrating how deeply held convictions could serve as the foundation for political resistance, while the complex developments that followed would be explored in later accounts. The transformations of this period had already established patterns of accommodation, resistance, and synthesis that would characterize engagement with surrounding cultures for millennia to come. The restrictions imposed by Antiochus IV provoked the first significant faith-motivated rebellion against a Hellenistic monarchy. The uprising began in the small town of Modane in 167 BC, when a royal official arrived to enforce participation in alien sacrifices. An elderly priest named Mattathias from the Hasmonean family refused to comply and killed both a collaborating local, who stepped forward to perform the sacrifice, and the royal official overseeing the ceremony. This act of defiance sparked what would become known as the Maccabean Uprising, named after Mattathias's son Judah, who earned the epithet Maccabee, the hammer. Fleeing to the Judean hills with his 5 sons, Mattathias called for resistance against foreign oppression. What began as a small band of rebels utilizing guerrilla tactics gradually expanded into a more substantial movement, drawing support from diverse elements of the population. The rebellion's early phase focused on raids against both foreign officials and local collaborators. Circumcision was performed on children in defiance of the ban, and sacred texts were recovered and protected. When Mattathias died in 166 BC, leadership passed to Judah, who proved an exceptionally capable military commander, despite limited resources and numerical disadvantage. The conflict's spiritual dimension distinguished it from typical resistance movements against Hellenistic monarchies. While previous rebellions had generally focused on political autonomy or tax relief, the Maccabean fighters were explicitly motivated by loyalty to ancestral beliefs. They sought not merely better treatment or a change in administration, but the restoration of covenant practices central to their worldview. This devotional motivation extended to practical military matters. The traditional prohibition against fighting on the Sabbath initially hampered resistance efforts, with one group of rebels allowing themselves to be slaughtered rather than violate the day of rest. Judah and the leadership eventually determined that self-defense was permissible on the Sabbath, an early example of the pragmatic adaptation that would characterize the movement. The rebels achieved several surprising victories against larger professional forces sent to suppress them. In 165 BC, they succeeded in recapturing Jerusalem, though the Acre fortress remained in the hands of monarchist forces. Their purification and rededication of the sanctuary, commemorated in the festival of Hanukkah, represented both a spiritual triumph and a powerful symbolic statement about principled resistance to foreign imposition. The early success was facilitated by several external factors. Antiochus IV was preoccupied with campaigns in the eastern provinces, limiting his ability to respond decisively. The northern realm also faced growing internal instability and financial difficulties that constrained military options. These circumstances provided the breathing space needed for the rebellion to consolidate its position. Upon Antiochus IV's death in 164 BC during his eastern campaign, the political landscape shifted again. His young son, Antiochus V, and regent Lysias, recognizing the costs of continued conflict, reversed the restrictions and offered compromises to end the fighting. Sacred sites were returned to local control with customary freedoms guaranteed, seemingly addressing the core grievances. At this juncture, a significant division emerged within the resistance movement itself. For some participants, particularly among the devoted traditionalists known as the Hasidim, the pious ones, the restoration of ritual freedoms fulfilled their primary goal. They were prepared to accept political subordination, provided spiritual autonomy was guaranteed. The Hasmonean leadership, however, expanded their objectives beyond protection of sacred customs to include political independence. What had begun as a spiritually motivated resistance increasingly transformed into a national liberation movement and a vehicle for Hasmonean dynastic ambitions. This evolution created tensions within Judean society, that would persist throughout the subsequent period. The struggle continued through several phases over the following decades. The Hasmoneans skillfully exploited succession disputes within the northern realm, forming tactical alliances with various claimants to the throne while steadily expanding their territorial control and autonomy. In 142 BC, Simon Maccabee secured formal independence for Judea, ending a century and a half of foreign domination. The Hasmonean period that followed saw the establishment of a new native dynasty combining spiritual and political authority. John Hyrcanus and his successors expanded the borders of their domain to approximate those of the ancient Davidic kingdom, forcibly converting neighboring peoples like the Idumeans and destroying competing worship sites such as the Samaritan sanctuary on Mount Gerizim. This transformation from a spiritually motivated resistance movement to an expansionist territorial state created profound contradictions. The Hasmoneans, who had risen to prominence defending particular customs against foreign influence, increasingly adopted Hellenic royal titles, administrative practices, and cultural forms. They maintained core observances while embracing aspects of the very political culture they had originally opposed. The internal divisions within Judean society intensified during this period, with the emergence of distinct interpretive factions. The Pharisees emphasized the development of oral tradition and the adaptation of biblical law to changing circumstances. The Sadducees, often associated with the priestly aristocracy, advocated a more conservative textual approach, focused on sacrificial worship. The Essenes withdrew from what they viewed as a corrupted establishment to establish separate communities, pursuing ritual purity. These developments were not merely theological disputes, but responses to the fundamental questions raised by the Maccabean experience. How should ancestral faith be maintained in a changing world? What was the proper relationship between spiritual and political authority? Could elements of surrounding cultures be selectively incorporated while maintaining essential distinctiveness? The Maccabean uprising and its aftermath thus represented far more than a successful national liberation struggle. It demonstrated the potential of deep conviction as a foundation for resistance to political and cultural domination. It established precedents for determining when accommodation was acceptable and when principled opposition was required. Most significantly, it crystallized tensions between universalism and particularism that would characterize engagement with the wider world for centuries to come. The theological impact was equally significant. The period of persecution and resistance stimulated apocalyptic literature, including the Book of Daniel, which developed concepts of cosmic struggle, divine judgment, and ultimate vindication that would influence later thought and emerging Christian theology. The martyrdom accounts from this period established models of faithful witnessing through suffering that would resonate across multiple traditions. By the mid-2nd century BC, as Western influence was reshaping the Mediterranean world, this small territory had already undergone a profound transformation, with consequences far exceeding its geographical boundaries. The patterns of resistance, accommodation, and selective adaptation developed during this period would provide templates for faithful minorities, navigating the challenges of maintaining distinctiveness within cosmopolitan empires throughout subsequent history. The Judean experience, while distinctive in important respects, represented just one instance of a broader phenomenon: how indigenous cultures throughout the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond responded to the pervasive spread of Hellenic civilization in the wake of Alexander's conquests. These responses varied dramatically across regions, reflecting the diversity of pre-existing cultural traditions and the different forms that Macedonian rule took in each territory. In Egypt, With its millennia of continuous civilization and powerful priestly establishments, the encounter produced a complex pattern of parallel development and selective integration. The Ptolemaic rulers publicly embraced pharaonic traditions, adopting traditional royal iconography and ceremonial roles while maintaining their Macedonian heritage within court circles. Native sanctuaries continued functioning with substantial autonomy, though with decreasing resources and prestige over time. This arrangement created what scholars have called a dual civilization, rather than a true synthesis. The administrative elite remained predominantly Greek-speaking, with advancement requiring adoption of the conqueror's language and educational system. Native Egyptians faced discrimination in accessing higher positions, though a small class of bilingual scribes served as cultural intermediaries between the systems. Nevertheless, important adaptations occurred on both sides. The creation of the syncretic deity Serapis, early in the Ptolemaic period, represented a deliberate attempt to establish a cult appealing to both Egyptian and Macedonian populations. Combining elements of Osiris, Apis, and Hellenic deities, like Zeus and Dionysus, this new divine figure acquired a distinctive iconography and ritual practices that spread throughout the Mediterranean basin. The role of Egyptian elements increased during the later Ptolemaic period, partly in response to uprisings in Upper Egypt. Royal patronage of traditional structures expanded, and indigenous motifs appeared more prominently in official iconography. This shift reflected both pragmatic efforts to secure native support and the gradual Egyptian influence on the ruling dynasty itself after generations in the country. Further east, in Mesopotamia and Iran, different patterns emerged. The Seleucid approach to governance involved establishing new urban centers modeled on Hellenic principles, while generally allowing indigenous institutions to continue in the countryside. This created islands of Mediterranean culture within a sea of traditional practices, rather than attempting comprehensive transformation. Babylon, with its ancient scholarly tradition and sophisticated astronomical knowledge, exemplifies the complex exchange that could develop. Babylonian astronomical techniques were adopted by Hellenic scientists, while local scholars began recording their observations in Greek alongside traditional cuneiform formats. The famous astronomical diaries from this period demonstrate how scientific practices could transcend cultural boundaries, even as devotional and social traditions remained distinct. Iranian resistance to assimilation took more explicit political forms, with the rise of the Parthians in the mid-3rd century BC. Originally a nomadic people from Central Asia, the Parthians adopted elements of Achaemenid Persian royal ideology to legitimize their rule over Iranian populations. They presented themselves as restorers of native traditions against foreign imposition, though ironically incorporating selected Mediterranean artistic and administrative practices in the process. The Parthian challenge to Seleucid authority accelerated after the Battle of Magnesia weakened the kingdom. By the late 2nd century BC, Parthian rule extended across the Iranian plateau, creating a power that would eventually become Rome's principal eastern rival. Their successful opposition demonstrated the limitations of Hellenic penetration. In regions with strong indigenous traditions and political structures capable of organizing effective resistance. Even more dramatic processes of interaction unfolded on the eastern frontiers of the Macedonian world. In Bactria and northwest India, the Greco-Bactrian and Indo-Greek kingdoms, established after Seleucid authority, receded, developed distinctive forms blending Hellenic, Iranian, and Indian elements. These realms maintained connections with the Mediterranean, while increasingly incorporating local customs and beliefs. Perhaps the most remarkable example of cross-cultural synthesis emerged in the artistic and religious developments of the Gandharan region. Here, Buddhist imagery was rendered using Hellenic representational techniques, creating a distinctive aesthetic tradition. More profoundly, philosophical exchange between Hellenic and Buddhist thought may have influenced both traditions, though the exact nature and extent of this interaction remains debated. This process of cultural negotiation was not limited to conquered territories. Indigenous powers beyond the boundaries of the Hellenic kingdoms selectively adopted elements of Hellenic practice that served their interests. The Mauryan Empire under Ashoka maintained diplomatic contact with the Hellenic states and appears to have incorporated certain administrative and architectural techniques while remaining firmly rooted in Indian cultural traditions. The religious dimensions of these interactions were particularly significant. Traditional polytheistic systems proved relatively adaptable, allowing for identification between deities from different pantheons and incorporation of foreign religious elements. The spread of ruler cults and astral religion across cultural boundaries demonstrated how religious innovations could transcend their origins. More exclusivist traditions, like Judean monotheism and Zoroastrianism, faced greater challenges in navigating foreign influence without compromising their distinctive beliefs. These worldviews developed varied strategies, ranging from cautious accommodation to principled resistance, often with different factions within each faith group advocating divergent approaches. By the mid-2nd century BC, as Western influence was transforming the political landscape of the Eastern Mediterranean, these processes of adaptation had already produced a complex mosaic of approaches and syntheses. The simple dichotomy between Hellenic and native elements had given way to multiple hybridized forms, reflecting centuries of interaction, adaptation, and selective appropriation. The legacy of these negotiations extended far beyond the era itself. The patterns of accommodation, resistance, and synthesis established during these centuries would shape how Eastern societies responded to later imperial systems, from Rome to the Islamic caliphates. More fundamentally, they demonstrated how seemingly incompatible worldviews could both maintain their distinctive character and engage in productive exchange. While interwoven influences occurred throughout the Eastern Mediterranean world, no single city embodied the creative potential and tensions of this process more fully than Alexandria in Egypt. Founded by Alexander at the western edge of the Nile Delta in 331 BC, this metropolis developed into the preeminent intellectual and commercial center of the age, a truly international hub where different traditions encountered one another with unprecedented intensity. The physical layout reflected both careful planning and multicultural reality. The original district, designed by Dinocrates of Rhodes, followed Hippodamian principles with a grid of broad avenues, oriented to capture cooling sea breezes. The royal quarter, Bruchaion, contained palaces, government buildings, and scholarly institutions. Beyond this core, distinctive neighborhoods developed housing Egyptian, Judean, and other populations, each maintaining certain autonomous features while participating in the broader urban economy. The diverse population, estimated at between 300,000 and 500,000 by the late 3rd century BC, made Alexandria the largest urban center in the Mediterranean world. The ruling elite remained predominantly Macedonian and Greek, but substantial Judean quarters occupied the Delta district, while native Egyptians provided essential labor and administrative expertise. Smaller enclaves of Syrians, Persians, and eventually Romans and other Westerners contributed to the city's diverse character. This demographic mix created both opportunities for exchange and potential for conflict. The three major groups, Greek, Judean, and Egyptian, maintained distinctive rights, legal traditions, and social structures. Ptolemaic governance generally allowed significant communal autonomy, while requiring interaction through commerce, administration, and public life. The city's commercial importance stemmed from its unrivaled port facilities and position at the nexus of Mediterranean and Red Sea trade networks. The Pharos Lighthouse, one of the seven wonders, guided ships into the Great Harbour, where goods from Europe, Africa, Arabia, and India were exchanged. Merchants and bankers developed sophisticated financial instruments, while artisans produced luxury goods combining techniques and motifs from multiple traditions. Beyond commerce, Alexandria's greatest significance lay in its intellectual achievements and the establishments that fostered them. The museum, literally Shrine of the Muses, founded by Ptolemy IV, functioned as the world's first research institute, providing support for scholars across disciplines. The attached archive, containing perhaps 500,000 scrolls at its peak, represented the most comprehensive collection of written knowledge ever assembled to that point. These institutions facilitated remarkable advances in multiple fields. Mathematics flourished under Euclid and Apollonius of Perga, who systematized geometry and conic sections respectively. Astronomy reached new heights, with Aristarchus proposing a heliocentric model of the solar system, and Eratosthenes calculating Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy. Medical knowledge advanced through the anatomical studies of Herophilus and Erasistratus, who conducted human dissections, a practice forbidden in most ancient societies. The collection policy was notably inclusive, gathering texts from all knowledge traditions. According to legend, the Septuagint translation of Hebrew scriptures began with Ptolemy II's commission to include these works in the holdings. Egyptian historical and philosophical texts were similarly collected and sometimes translated. This institutional commitment to preserving diverse intellectual traditions created unparalleled opportunities for comparative study and cross-cultural influence. The Alexandrian literary scene proved equally vibrant. Scholar-poets developed new aesthetic principles and genres. Callimachus advocated for carefully crafted short works rather than traditional epics, while maintaining an extraordinary breadth of erudition reflected in his catalogue of the archival holdings. Theocritus invented pastoral poetry with his idealized depictions of rustic life, while Apollonius of Rhodes reimagined epic narrative with his psychologically nuanced Argonautica. The spiritual developments in Alexandria reflected similar patterns of preservation, adaptation, and innovation. The Ptolemaic establishment of the Serapis cult represented a deliberate effort to create a deity acceptable to both Greek and Egyptian worshippers. The magnificent Serapeum complex eventually housed a branch of the Great Collection and attracted pilgrims from across the Mediterranean. The Judean population of Alexandria developed distinctive approaches to their ancestral teachings while maintaining core practices. Philo exemplified the creative potential of this cultural positioning, employing Greek philosophical concepts to interpret Torah texts while affirming their divine origin and authority. His allegorical method allowed for engagement with Mediterranean thought without compromising fundamental commitments, demonstrating how seemingly incompatible intellectual frameworks could be productively integrated. These achievements unfolded against a backdrop of increasing social and political tensions. Native Egyptian resentment of Macedonian privilege periodically erupted into revolt, particularly following the military use of Egyptian troops in the Battle of Raphia. Friction between Judean and Greek segments intensified during the late Ptolemaic period, foreshadowing the communal violence that would periodically disrupt the city under Roman rule. Alexandria's intellectual prominence continued even as Ptolemaic political power declined in the 2nd century BC. The infamous destruction of the Great Collection belongs more to legend than historical reality. The institution suffered multiple setbacks over centuries, rather than a single catastrophic event. Indeed, the city's scholarly tradition remained vibrant well into the Roman period, with figures like Claudius Ptolemy, Diophantus, and later Hypatia continuing the tradition of mathematical and astronomical research. By the mid-2nd century BC, as Western power began reshaping the Eastern Mediterranean's political landscape, Alexandria had already established its legacy as the quintessential multicultural center, a crucible where different traditions could be preserved, transformed, and combined in novel forms. The cosmopolitan intellectual atmosphere pioneered there would provide a model for subsequent centers of learning, from Baghdad to medieval Constantinople to Renaissance Florence. The city's significance extended beyond its specific intellectual contributions, impressive as these were. Alexandria demonstrated how urban spaces could facilitate productive engagement across cultural boundaries, creating new possibilities that transcended the limitations of any single tradition. This cosmopolitan ideal, never fully realized in practice and always contested, nevertheless represented one of the era's most enduring contributions to world civilization. As the 2nd century progressed, the once mighty domain, established by Seleucus, entered a period of accelerating disintegration. External pressures from Western expansion and internal challenges from diverse populations combined to unravel what had been the largest successor state to Alexander's conquests. The defeat of Antiochus III at Magnesia in 190 BC had profoundly weakened his government, not merely through territorial losses in Asia Minor, but through crushing financial burdens imposed by the Treaty of Apamea. The annual indemnity of 1,000 talents drained the treasury, forcing successive rulers to desperate revenue-raising measures that alienated subject populations and regional nobles. Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who succeeded his brother Seleucus IV in 175 BC under controversial circumstances, exemplifies both the ambitions and limitations of late dynastic rule. Educated in the West as a hostage following his father's defeat, he returned with a complex blend of Mediterranean and foreign influences. His reign combined genuine administrative reforms with grandiose and sometimes erratic policies that strained available resources. His fateful intervention in southern affairs during the 6th Syrian War was halted by Western emissaries in the famous Day of Eleusis incident in 168 BC. The ambassador Gaius Popilius Laenas presented the ruler with the Senate's demand for immediate withdrawal from Ptolemaic territory. When Antiochus requested time to consider, Laenas dramatically drew a circle in the sand around him and insisted on an answer before he stepped outside it. Faced with this humiliation, the sovereign conceded, abandoning his conquests despite recent battlefield successes. This public subordination to foreign dictates undermined his prestige and possibly influenced his subsequent harsh policies in Judea. As recounted earlier, his attempt to forcibly integrate the distinctive monotheistic population into the broader Mediterranean framework provoked a significant uprising, creating another drain on resources and attention. Though he died on campaign in the eastern provinces in 164 BC, before witnessing the full consequences of these policies, he had inadvertently accelerated the fragmentation of his ancestral lands. The succession crisis that followed exacerbated existing problems. His young son, Antiochus V Eupator, briefly governed under the regency of Lysias, but was soon overthrown by his cousin Demetrius I, who had escaped Western custody. Demetrius initially stabilized the situation, but his harsh methods alienated both subject peoples and neighboring states, leading to the emergence of Alexander Balus, a pretender claiming to be a son of Antiochus IV. With support from Pergamon, the Ptolemaic court, and Western authorities, Balus overthrew and killed Demetrius in 150 BC. This pattern, rival claimants seeking external backing in succession disputes, became a destructive cycle. From this point onward, the throne in Antioch frequently changed hands through violence, with each contender controlling different portions of the diminishing lands. Branches of the royal family fought bitterly against one another, inviting foreign intervention and undermining what remaining cohesion the state possessed. These internal divisions coincided with increasing external challenges. In the east, the Parthians, under Mithridates I, expanded aggressively at Syrian expense. Taking advantage of the distraction provided by succession wars, their forces captured Media in 148 BC and the wealthy territory of Babylonia in 141 BC, gaining control of the strategic royal road and vital agricultural resources. The loss of these eastern regions, coupled with their substantial tax revenues, further weakened governmental capacity to maintain remaining possessions. Efforts to restore political fortunes achieved occasional success but proved unsustainable. Antiochus VII, who governed from 138 to 129 BC, briefly revitalized the state. After defeating the usurper Diodotus Tryphon, he reasserted authority over Judea, besieged Jerusalem, and forced the Hasmonean leadership to accept tributary status. He then launched an ambitious eastern campaign to recover lost territories from Parthia, initially achieving significant victories and recapturing Mesopotamia. However, his achievements proved ephemeral. After initial successes, his forces were destroyed in a surprise Parthian attack near Ecbatana in 129 BC, with Antiochus himself among the dead. This defeat marked the effective end of Syrian dominance east of the Euphrates. The dream of rebuilding the vast territories stretching to the borders of India, which had been a foundational aspect of dynastic identity and legitimacy, was permanently abandoned. In the aftermath of this disaster, the northern lands contracted to the Syrian heartland, occasionally extending influence into parts of Cilicia, Phoenicia, and northern Mesopotamia as circumstances permitted. Even these regions were frequently contested by rival claimants, with major centers like Antioch, Damascus, and Tyre shifting allegiance between competing branches of the dynasty or asserting temporary self-governance during power vacuums. This ongoing decline coincided with significant social and economic changes. Towns increasingly asserted local rights, negotiating with contenders for confirmation of privileges in exchange for recognition. Ancient traditions of civic self-rule, which had been maintained under a veneer of central oversight, even during the state's height, reasserted themselves as authority weakened. Municipal currency proliferated, often featuring dating systems based on local eras of self-determination rather than regnal years. Community institutions like gymnasia, theatres, and sanctuaries continued to function through local patronage, even as royal support diminished. Leading citizens pursued their town's interests through direct negotiation with neighboring authorities rather than through traditional administrative channels. The government's weakness also allowed the emergence of new actors within former territories. In northern Syria, Arab tribal groups that had traditionally operated on the desert margins grew increasingly integrated into metropolitan economies and political systems. Dynasties like the Emesenians established influence over strategic locations along the Orontes Valley. developing hybrid practices that combined Mediterranean public life with Arab tribal structures. Along the Phoenician coast, old mercantile hubs like Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos reasserted their traditional self-rule, leveraging their seafaring connections and commercial wealth to negotiate advantageous positions between competing authorities. These centers maintained their distinctive traditions and local customs, adapting foreign forms to their own purposes rather than simply adopting them wholesale. The weakening of central oversight also permitted the rise of local chiefs and warlords who managed rural areas and extracted protection payments from travelers and settlements. These figures sometimes achieved quasi-legitimate status through recognition by rival royal claimants desperate for military support. The distinction between authorized commander and independent military entrepreneur blurred as the state lost its monopoly on organized force. By the early 1st century BC, the once mighty Northern Territory had been reduced to a patchwork of competing mini-states, autonomous towns and tribal areas, nominally ruled by rival members of the royal house, but increasingly subject to outside influence. The dynastic decline reflected broader changes sweeping the eastern Mediterranean, as new forces emerged and old certainties dissolved in a rapidly evolving landscape. While the northern realm fragmented through succession disputes and territorial losses, their traditional rivals along the Nile faced different challenges. The House of Ptolemy, governing from their magnificent capital at Alexandria, maintained greater stability and territorial integrity than their northern counterparts, yet experienced their own form of decline, characterized by internal family conflicts and growing dependence on Western support. The reign of Ptolemy VI Philometor marked a crucial transition in fortunes. Ascending the throne as a child in 180 BC, he initially governed under the regency of his mother Cleopatra, daughter of Antiochus III. After her death, court officials mismanaged state affairs, creating an opportunity for Antiochus IV to invade. Though outside intervention forced Antiochus to withdraw, this conflict exposed military weakness and established a pattern of external forces determining the country's future. Ptolemy II's tenure was further complicated by rivalry with his younger brother, who eventually ruled as Ptolemy VIII Euergetes II, later nicknamed Physcon or Potbelly by hostile sources. Their sister Cleopatra II, who married first one brother and then the other, added another dimension to this familial struggle. During a complex period from approximately 170 to 164 BC, the Nile Valley experienced divided administration, with the siblings controlling different portions of the country before an uneasy reconciliation. After Ptolemy VI's death in 145 BC, the family drama intensified. Ptolemy VIII married his brother's widow, his sister Cleopatra II, then subsequently married her daughter from her first marriage, his niece Cleopatra III. This arrangement predictably generated bitter conflict, culminating in civil strife from 132 to 124 BC, during which he controlled Alexandria and much of the country, while Cleopatra II maintained a rival court in Upper Egypt, even issuing decrees in her own name. These domestic conflicts damaged the economic and administrative systems that had made the southern realm the wealthiest successor state. Agricultural production declined as irrigation systems suffered from neglect during periods of unrest. Tax collection became less efficient, reducing revenues available for civic and defensive purposes. The famous scholarly establishments of Alexandria, from its archives to the museum, received decreasing patronage as resources were diverted to factional struggles. More significantly, These internal divisions invited outside meddling. Each faction increasingly sought external backing, particularly from the Western Republic, whose economic and martial capabilities made it the decisive arbitrator in regional disputes. Foreign diplomats acquired substantial influence in Alexandrian court politics, with official missions often dictating succession arrangements or territorial settlements. The land's independence was further compromised through financial ties. Western financiers extended loans to competing members of the ruling house, securing favorable commercial concessions in return. These arrangements gradually integrated the Nile Basin into economic networks centered on Italia, creating foreign constituencies with vested interests in local political decisions. Native resentment intensified during this period of dynastic weakness. Upper regions experienced recurrent unrest, with local leaders occasionally declaring themselves pharaohs in the traditional manner. The ancient holy capital of Thebes, center of indigenous spiritual resistance, was brutally sacked by Ptolemy VIII's forces in 88 BC, following its support for a major uprising. This suppression damaged important temple complexes and undermined one of civilization's most venerable sanctuary centers. The reign of Ptolemy, the 12th Auletes, which began in 80 BC, demonstrates the complete subordination of southern policy to Western interests. Illegitimate but recognized as leader through substantial bribes to influential foreigners, Auletes pursued policies so favorable to external merchants and officials that his subjects revolted, forcing him to flee Alexandria in 58 BC. He was restored 3 years later, only through direct military intervention, led by Aulus Gabinius, governor of Syria, after promising enormous sums to key Western power brokers. To secure these payments, Auletes appointed the financier Gaius Rabirius Posthumus as his minister, essentially surrendering financial sovereignty. Rabirius implemented extractive policies that further alienated the population while directing revenues to foreign creditors. After Auletes' death in 51 BC, he left his territories to his daughter Cleopatra VII and her younger brother Ptolemy III, explicitly requesting outside supervision of his will's execution, a remarkable abdication of dynastic autonomy. It was in this context of diminished sovereignty and economic subordination that the famous final act of Ptolemaic history unfolded. The young Cleopatra VII inherited a governmental apparatus dependent on foreign backing, a treasury depleted by her father's payments to Western patrons, and a population increasingly resentful of external exploitation. Her diplomatic and personal efforts to preserve southern independence through alliances with Julius Caesar and later Mark Antony represented the last attempt to maintain the Hellenistic state system in the face of Western expansion. These maneuvers ultimately failed. The naval engagement at Actium in 31 BC, followed by Octavian's invasion and the suicides of Cleopatra and Antony in Alexandria the following year, marked the definitive end of Ptolemaic governance. The fertile valley was annexed as a personal fiefdom of the emperor, its vast grain resources and wealth now directly controlled by foreign administrators. The last independent Hellenistic territory, which had survived through diplomatic maneuvering and economic concessions long after its martial significance had faded, finally disappeared from the political map. The Ptolemaic legacy, however, endured far beyond their political extinction. The scholarly establishments they fostered, though diminished during the dynasty's decline, had transformed Alexandria into an intellectual center whose influence would persist for centuries. The administrative systems they developed continued to function under new oversight, with many indigenous and Mediterranean officials maintaining their positions in the revised governance structure. Most significantly, Their 3-century experiment in multicultural administration, however flawed in execution, established precedents for managing diverse populations that would influence subsequent systems. As the political structures established by Alexander's successors weakened under internal pressures and Western encroachment, the intellectual sphere they had fostered underwent significant transformations. Rather than disappearing with the houses that had patronized them, Mediterranean achievements adapted to changing circumstances, finding new expressions and institutional bases that would ensure their continued influence long after the extinction of the successor territories. Perhaps the most significant development was the westward shift of intellectual patronage and production. As unstable succession and dwindling resources reduced the ability of Eastern courts to support scholars, artists, and philosophers, Italia emerged as an alternative center. Wealthy Western families increasingly cultivated relationships with Mediterranean thinkers, inviting them to educate their children, adorn their homes with artistic works, and enhance their prestige through learned associations. This transfer accelerated after consequential events, like the destruction of Corinth in 146 BC and Sulla's siege of Athens in 86 BC, which prompted many intellectuals to seek safety and opportunity in the West. The deportation of 1,000 Achaean nobles after the Third Macedonian War had earlier created a nucleus of Mediterranean influence within the capital itself. By the late Republic, familiarity with ancient literature, philosophy, and rhetoric had become an expected component of elite Western education. The Western relationship with this inheritance was complex and often contradictory. Public rhetoric frequently disparaged foreign characteristics like supposed dishonesty, excessive sophistication, and moral laxity. Writers like Cato the Elder warned against corrupting influences on traditional virtues. Yet simultaneously, these same leading citizens privately embraced foreign tutors, artistic styles, and philosophical schools while adapting them to their own sensibilities. This selective appropriation transformed both traditions. In literature, authors like Cicero developed Latin prose, capable of expressing philosophical concepts previously articulated only in other languages. Poets such as Catullus and later Virgil adapted Mediterranean meters and themes to Western subjects and sensibilities. In architecture, Western builders incorporated ancient orders and proportional systems while innovating with new materials and structural techniques that enabled unprecedented building types. Cato the Elder warned against the corrupting influence of foreign ideas on traditional Roman virtues. Yet simultaneously, these same elites privately embraced Greek tutors, artistic styles, and philosophical schools while adapting them to Roman sensibilities. This selective appropriation transformed both traditions. In literature, authors like Cicero developed Latin prose, capable of expressing philosophical concepts previously articulated only in Greek. Poets such as Catullus and later Virgil adapted Greek meters and themes to Roman subjects and sensibilities. In architecture, Roman builders incorporated Greek orders and proportional systems while innovating with new materials and structural techniques that enabled unprecedented building types. The philosophical traditions established during the early post-Alexander period continued to attract adherents, but evolved in response to changing social conditions. Stoicism proved particularly adaptable to Western elite society, with figures like Panaetius modifying earlier doctrines to accommodate participation in public life, rather than detachment from it. This approach's emphasis on duty, self-discipline, and acceptance of fate resonated with traditional Western values while providing intellectual frameworks for understanding them. Epicureanism found a different audience through poets like Lucretius, whose De Rerum Natura presented this system's physics and ethics in Latin verse of extraordinary power. Though less influential among political leaders, this philosophy retained a significant following among those seeking frameworks for private life in increasingly turbulent times. The ideal of tranquility, attained through moderation and friendship, offered an appealing alternative to public ambition. Academic skepticism likewise found Western adherents, particularly among orators and legal specialists who valued its methods of arguing both sides of a question. The academy itself, along with the Lyceum, Stoa, and Garden, continued operating in Athens, though with reduced resources and prestige compared to their heyday. These establishments maintained intellectual traditions that would experience periodic revivals over subsequent centuries. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Mediterranean, ancient thought underwent distinctive developments in response to local conditions. Communities liberated from monarchical oversight often experienced intellectual renaissances, reasserting civic identity through building programs, festivals, and scholarly patronage. Regional hubs like Rhodes, Pergamon, and Antioch maintained important text collections and attracted learned individuals even as Alexandria's preeminence diminished. The period also witnessed growing interest in spiritual and mystical dimensions of Mediterranean heritage. Older mystery traditions like the Eleusinian rites continued attracting initiates, while newer syncretic approaches gained followers. Orphic teachings, with their promise of post-mortem rewards for the initiated, circulated more widely. Astronomical knowledge merged with metaphysical speculation in various astrological systems that gained adherents across social classes. This spiritual ferment reflected broader social anxieties during a period of political instability. As traditional civic frameworks weakened and cosmic order seemed increasingly subject to unpredictable forces, personified by the arbitrary power of distant authorities. Individuals sought certainty and agency through devotional practices, promising divine protection or privileged knowledge. These developments foreshadowed religious transformations that would characterize the subsequent imperial period. The educational approach that transmitted Mediterranean knowledge showed remarkable durability despite political upheavals. The gymnasium, which combined physical training with intellectual instruction, remained the central venue for elite male education throughout the region. The standardized curriculum of grammar, rhetoric, and basic philosophy, supplemented for some by more advanced studies, created a common framework that transcended political boundaries. This educational continuity ensured that the distinctive worldview developed during the post-Alexander period, rationalistic, cosmopolitan, attuned to universal principles while accommodating diversity, remained available to subsequent generations. Even as political structures changed, the intellectual tools and references these schools imparted continued shaping how community leaders across the Mediterranean understood themselves and their world. By the late 1st century BC, as the final successor territories collapsed, ancient Mediterranean civilization had completed a remarkable transition. Having partially detached from its original political frameworks, it had become both a tradition to be preserved and a resource to be deployed in new contexts. Its survival no longer depended on the patronage of Macedonian dynasties, but on its utility and appeal to diverse populations across an increasingly interconnected world. This transformation ensured that the synthesis achieved during the 3 centuries following Alexander's conquests would endure long after the political structures that had fostered it disappeared. Indeed, the most profound influence of this achievement may lie precisely in this legacy, a sophisticated framework for understanding nature, society, and human experience that transcended its original historical context to shape multiple subsequent civilizations. The transformation of Western involvement with the Eastern Mediterranean, from occasional diplomatic intervention to direct territorial administration, represents one of the most consequential geopolitical developments of the late post-Alexander period. This process, unfolding over more than a century, proceeded not through a predetermined expansionist agenda, but through ad hoc responses to regional crises, gradually establishing patterns that culminated in formal organizational annexation. The initial engagement beyond the Adriatic came at the invitation of Eastern communities themselves. When Philip V of Macedon allied with Hannibal during the Second Punic conflict, the Senate formed counter-alliances with the Aetolian League and Pergamon. Similarly, appeals from Rhodes and Pergamon against Philip's aggression triggered the Second Macedonian War. In these early interactions, Western authorities portrayed themselves as protectors of freedom against monarchical ambition rather than conquerors, a posture that facilitated regional acceptance of their growing influence. This stance partially reflected genuine republican ideology that viewed kingship as fundamentally illegitimate. However, it also served practical purposes, allowing the exercise of substantial influence without the administrative burden of direct governance. By maintaining the fiction of freedom for towns and leagues, while dictating their foreign relations, foreign administrators gained the benefits of dominance without its costs. The famous declaration at the Isthmian Games in 196 BC, where Flamininus announced liberty for the Greeks, exemplifies this approach. The pronouncement received rapturous welcome from audiences steeped in classical traditions of self-determination. Yet this freedom came with implicit conditions: alignment with Western interests, acceptance of senatorial arbitration in disputes, and exclusion of uncooperative political elements from governance. Following victories over Philip V and Antiochus III, the Senate established a more structured approach to Eastern affairs. Regular commissions of officials, typically 10 members, traveled throughout the region, adjudicating disputes between communities, confirming territorial arrangements, and ensuring compliance with broader objectives. These commissioners wielded enormous influence despite their temporary status, reshaping local political landscapes through decisions presented as impartial arbitration. Rhodes and Pergamon initially benefited substantially from this system, receiving territorial concessions and commercial privileges as rewards for their allegiance. However, both discovered the precariousness of this favor after the Third Macedonian War. Rhodes's attempt to mediate the conflict resulted in punitive economic measures that devastated its prosperity. Pergamon's king, Eumenes II, who had provided critical support against Perseus, was publicly humiliated when denied entry to Italy, a demonstration that even the most loyal associates remained subordinate. The decisive shift from arbitration to direct oversight came in the mid-2nd century BC. The defeat of Perseus at Pydna in 168 BC was followed by unprecedented harshness, with Macedonia divided into 4 separate administrative units designed to fragment its remaining strength. When a pretender named Andriscus briefly revived Macedonian resistance in 149 BC, these arrangements were abandoned, establishing the first formal territorial incorporation east of the Adriatic. Similar patterns unfolded in the Aegean Peninsula. The Achaean League's increasingly desperate opposition to Western interference culminated in open hostilities in 146 BC, with catastrophic consequences. The destruction of Corinth served as a deliberate demonstration of the consequences of defiance. While the peninsula was not immediately organized as a formal territory, it was placed under Macedonia's supervision, effectively ending meaningful self-determination despite continued rhetorical nods to freedom. In Asia Minor, Western authorities initially maintained their indirect approach, ruling through friendly local rulers and self-governing towns. The bequest of Pergamon to outside jurisdiction by its last monarch, Attalus III, in 133 BC, created a new administrative district, but otherwise did not immediately alter the regional balance. Native elites largely maintained their positions, now cooperating with foreign administrators and tax officials rather than royal officers. This relatively stable arrangement was disrupted by the rise of Mithridates VI of Pontus, whose challenge to Western authority during the early 1st century BC accelerated the transition to direct administration. Mithridates skillfully exploited resentment against economic exploitation, orchestrating the massacre of tens of thousands of Italian residents in Asia Minor in 88 BC. His initial successes, including the occupation of Athens and much of Greece, demonstrated the fragility of foreign oversight when faced with determined opposition. The eventual suppression of Mithridates by Sulla, Lucullus, and finally Pompey resulted in comprehensive regional reorganization. New administrative arrangements were created, including Bithynia Pontus and Cilicia. Friendly nearby territories like Cappadocia and Armenia were reduced to complete dependence on Western approval. The network of towns throughout the region received varying privileges based on their loyalty during the conflict, with civic self-rule now explicitly conditional on foreign approval. Pompey's settlement of the East in the 60s BC represented the culmination of this transition. His reorganization extended to Syria, where the last ineffectual Seleucid claimants were deposed, creating another formal territory. Judea was subordinated to foreign oversight, while maintaining nominally independent status under Hasmonean and later Herodian client rulers. Local administrative structures and elites were generally maintained, but now operated within a framework where ultimate authority rested with Western appointees and the Senate. This arrangement still contained ambiguities and spaces for negotiation. Communities lobbied for privileged status as free or allied entities with tax exemptions and judicial autonomy. Friendly local leaders cultivated relationships with powerful foreign patrons to maintain their positions. Councils representing regional elites could petition against particularly abusive officials, occasionally securing their recall or prosecution. However, the fundamental power dynamic had shifted decisively. The Eastern Mediterranean had been integrated into a system centered on the Western capital, with local autonomy existing at the pleasure of distant authorities. Economic networks increasingly oriented toward Italy, with tax revenues, loan repayments, and commercial profits flowing westward. Intellectual production increasingly addressed foreign tastes and patronage requirements, even while maintaining traditional Mediterranean forms. The civil conflicts that consumed the late Republic paradoxically demonstrated the completeness of this integration. Eastern territories and friendly neighbors became battlegrounds and resource bases for competing Western factions, rather than independent actors pursuing their own agendas. Local authorities aligned themselves with Caesar or Pompey, later with Antony or Octavian, but rarely attempted to exploit these divisions to restore genuine self-determination. Cleopatra VII's alliance with Mark Antony represented the last significant attempt to reverse this process of incorporation. By combining Nile Valley resources with a powerful Western faction, she briefly created the possibility of a more balanced relationship between East and West. The defeat at Actium and the subsequent takeover of Egypt eliminated this final vestige of political independence, completing the subordination of the entire Eastern Mediterranean to Western dominion. The transition from successor kingdoms to foreign territories thus unfolded through a complex process of negotiation, conflict, and adaptation rather than through simple conquest. The initial reluctance to assume direct administrative responsibilities gradually gave way to more formal mechanisms, as the limitations of indirect management became apparent. The resulting system incorporated many existing local structures and networks while redirecting them toward new purposes. This pragmatic approach helps explain both the durability of Western oversight and the persistence of Eastern cultural forms under changing political conditions. By working through, rather than entirely replacing local institutions, authorities established a framework that could adapt to regional differences while maintaining overall direction. This pattern, developed during the late post-Alexander period, would characterize foreign governance throughout the subsequent centuries of unified Mediterranean rule. As the 1st century BC entered its final decades, the fate of the Mediterranean world hung in the balance. Following the assassination of Julius Caesar in 44, the Western Republic spiraled into another round of civil strife, with his principal lieutenant Mark Antony and adoptive heir Octavian initially cooperating to defeat Caesar's assassins before turning against each other. This final contest for supremacy would simultaneously conclude both the last chapter of Republican history and the 3-century saga of the successor states to Alexander's empire. Mark Antony, having secured authority over the eastern territories, established his headquarters in Alexandria in 41. His relationship with Cleopatra VII, the last ruler of the Ptolemaic line, quickly evolved from political alliance to personal attachment. Their partnership offered mutual advantages. Antony gained access to Egyptian wealth and resources to finance his ambitions, while Cleopatra obtained powerful backing for her efforts to preserve Egyptian independence and potentially restore territories once held by her ancestors. This alliance was formalized in the so-called Donations of Alexandria in 34. In an elaborate ceremony, Antony officially recognized Cleopatra as Queen of Kings, and Caesarion, her son by Julius Caesar, as King of Kings. He also distributed territories to the children he had fathered with her. Alexander Helios received Armenia and the lands beyond the Euphrates. Cleopatra Selene was granted Cyrenaica and Libya, and Ptolemy Philadelphus received Syria and Cilicia. These grandiose distributions, which included lands not actually under Antony's control, had little practical effect but carried enormous symbolic significance. They suggested the creation of a new Eastern Empire, independent of Western oversight and modelled on the earlier successor kingdoms. More provocatively, they implicitly recognized Caesarion as Julius Caesar's legitimate son and heir, directly challenging Octavian's position as Caesar's adopted successor. Octavian, astutely recognizing a political opportunity, characterized these actions as evidence that Antony had fallen under foreign influence and abandoned traditional values. Through a masterful propaganda campaign, he transformed what might have been seen as simply another factional dispute among powerful men into an existential conflict between West and East, traditional virtue and Oriental decadence, republican institutions and monarchical ambition. The decisive confrontation came in 31 BC near the promontory of Actium on Greece's western coast. Antony and Cleopatra had assembled a substantial fleet and army in the region, but found themselves in an increasingly difficult position as Octavian's naval forces, commanded by Agrippa, disrupted their supply lines and gradually demoralized their troops through a strategy of containment rather than direct engagement. When battle was finally joined on September 2nd, the naval encounter proved anticlimactic. Early in the fighting, Cleopatra's squadron of 60 ships suddenly raised their sails and broke through the blockade, sailing for Egypt. Antony, observing this movement, abandoned his flagship and followers to join her in retreat. The remaining fleet, leaderless and demoralized, continued resistance briefly before surrendering. The reasons for this unexpected withdrawal remain debated. Some ancient sources suggest a prearranged plan to break out and continue the war from Egypt. Others imply that Cleopatra lost her nerve and fled, with Antony choosing his attachment to her over his military responsibilities. Whatever the truth, the outcome was decisive. Antony's abandoned forces, both naval and land-based, soon surrendered to Octavian. The victorious commander did not immediately pursue the fleeing pair, instead spending several months consolidating his position in Greece and Asia Minor, accepting the submission of former supporters of Antony and establishing administrative arrangements for the territories now under his control. This methodical approach reflected both practical logistical considerations and Octavian's characteristic caution and strategic patience. Antony and Cleopatra, meanwhile, returned to Alexandria and made various preparations for their defense. They appealed to potential allies, strengthened fortifications, and reportedly considered various escape plans, including possible flight to Spain or India, or overland retreat through Arabia. Historical sources also describe increasingly erratic behavior, with accounts of elaborate banquets and the formation of a suicide club called the Inseparables in Death. By the summer of 30 BC, Octavian had completed his preparations and advanced into Egypt from Syria, while another force approached from the west. Facing little effective resistance, his army reached Alexandria in July. Antony attempted a cavalry action outside the city but was defeated. According to accounts by Plutarch and others, he was falsely informed that Cleopatra had already taken her life, prompting him to attempt suicide by falling on his sword. Mortally wounded, but learning that Cleopatra was in fact alive and sheltering in her mausoleum, Antony had himself brought to her. In a scene immortalized by later dramatists, he died in her arms. Cleopatra herself, after meeting with Octavian and apparently concluding that she would be displayed in his triumph, also chose suicide, traditionally said to have been accomplished through the bite of an asp, possibly a cobra, smuggled to her in a basket of figs. With their deaths, the curtain fell on the final act of the 3-century drama that began with Alexander's conquests. The last independent Hellenistic kingdom ceased to exist, as Egypt was annexed as a personal province of Octavian, soon to be known as Augustus. The accumulated wealth of the Ptolemies flowed into his coffers, funding both his victory celebrations and the lavish building programs that would transform Rome from a city of brick to one of marble. The fate of the royal children highlighted this decisive transition. Caesarion, last descendant of the Ptolemaic line and potential claimant to Caesar's legacy, was executed. The children of Antony and Cleopatra were spared and taken to Rome, where they walked in Octavian's triumph before being raised by his sister Octavia, ironically, Antony's abandoned earlier wife. Eventually, Cleopatra Selene would marry King Juba II of Mauritania, continuing a diminished form of Hellenistic monarchy as a client ruler far from the centers of power. The Battle of Actium and its aftermath thus marked not merely the conclusion of the Roman civil wars, but the final extinction of the political system that had dominated the Eastern Mediterranean since Alexander's death. The era of competing successor kingdoms with their Macedonian dynasties, Greek administrative systems, and complex cultural interactions with indigenous populations had definitively ended. A new age of unified Mediterranean governance under Western imperial authority had begun. The transformation of the Eastern Mediterranean from a region of competing successor states to provinces within a unified imperial system produced profound changes in governance, economic patterns, and cultural development. Yet these changes unfolded gradually and unevenly, with significant continuity beneath the surface of political reorganization. The aftermath of Actium represented less a clean break with the Hellenistic past than a complex renegotiation of its legacy within a new framework. In terms of administration, the Western approach built upon, rather than replaced, existing structures. Many of the bureaucratic systems developed by the Ptolemaic and Seleucid kingdoms, tax registers, census procedures, record-keeping practices, continued functioning under new oversight. Local elites who had staffed these administrative apparatuses generally retained their positions, now serving foreign governors rather than Macedonian monarchs. The new authorities faced the same fundamental challenges that had confronted the successor kingdoms: how to extract sufficient resources to maintain military and governmental institutions, while preserving economic productivity and preventing unrest. Their solutions often paralleled those of their predecessors, with similar systems of taxation, similar approaches to managing diverse populations, and similar reliance on local intermediaries to extend central control into peripheral areas. This administrative continuity was perhaps most pronounced in Egypt, where the sophisticated Ptolemaic bureaucracy remained largely intact. The country was designated a personal possession of the emperor, rather than a standard province, reflecting both its exceptional wealth and its distinctive administrative tradition. A prefect of equestrian, rather than senatorial rank, governed in the emperor's name, maintaining the highly centralized system of economic management that had characterized Ptolemaic rule. In the former Seleucid territories, now divided among several provinces including Syria, Cilicia, and Bithynia Pontus, administrative continuity was less pronounced, due to the advanced fragmentation that had preceded formal incorporation. Here, the imperial authorities had to integrate a patchwork of directly administered regions, client kingdoms, autonomous cities, and temple estates into a coherent governing system. This integration unfolded gradually over several generations, with local arrangements often persisting long after formal provincial organization. The civic institutions of the Greek polis continued to function under Western rule, though with gradually diminishing autonomy. City councils, assemblies, and magistracies maintained responsibility for local administration, construction projects, and cultural activities. These institutions provided opportunities for elite self-representation and competition for status, channeling potential political energies into municipal rather than imperial contexts. Over time, however, civic finances came under increasing scrutiny from provincial governors, limiting independent initiative. Economic patterns showed similar continuity amid change. The basic productive systems, agriculture, craft manufacturing, resource extraction, continued largely unaltered in the short term. The most significant change involved the redirection of surplus wealth, which now flowed toward Italy rather than toward the former royal capitals of Alexandria, Antioch, and Pergamon. Tax revenues, commercial profits, and elite expenditures increasingly centered on Rome as the imperial metropolis. This westward flow of resources accelerated existing trends that had begun during the late Hellenistic period. Italian businessmen had already established substantial interests in the eastern provinces before formal annexation, particularly in sectors like tax collection, luxury goods trade, and banking. The conclusion of the civil wars and the establishment of a unified imperial system created more favorable conditions for these economic activities, reducing risk and standardizing legal frameworks. For ordinary provincials, the economic impact of imperial integration varied widely by region and social position. In fertile, accessible areas, well connected to Mediterranean trade networks, many prospered from expanded markets and improved security. In marginal regions or among disadvantaged groups, the intensified extraction of surplus through taxation and rents could exacerbate existing hardships. The overall trend favored urbanized property-owning classes engaged in trade and administration over rural producers. Cultural developments followed a more complex trajectory, characterized by creative synthesis rather than simple continuity or replacement. Greek remained the administrative language throughout the eastern provinces, with Latin used primarily for military matters and communication with the central authorities. The basic educational curriculum, centered on Greek literary and rhetorical traditions, continued to form elite identities across the region. Architectural and artistic forms reflected this cultural negotiation, while temples, theatres, and other public buildings maintained fundamentally Hellenic designs. They increasingly incorporated elements associated with Western tastes and imperial ideology. Sculptural styles evolved to reflect a blend of classical Greek aesthetics with more realistic portraiture traditions favoured in Italy. Monumental building projects often expressed local civic pride, while simultaneously acknowledging imperial authority through dedications and visual programs. Religious life underwent similar adaptations. Traditional civic cults continued, but were supplemented by the imperial cult, which developed from precedents established under the successor kingdoms. The worship of deified rulers, pioneered by the Ptolemies and Seleucids, provided a template for the veneration of the emperor that became a unifying practice throughout the provinces. Local elites eagerly embraced these observances as opportunities to demonstrate loyalty while enhancing their community's prestige through impressive temple complexes and festivals. Intellectual life maintained significant continuity with Hellenistic patterns. Athens, Alexandria, and other established centers continued attracting students and scholars, though with gradually increasing competition from Western institutions. The major philosophical schools, Stoic, Epicurean, Platonic, and Peripatetic, all continued operations, increasingly finding adherents among the Western elite as well as their traditional Eastern audience. The Second Sophistic movement, which flourished during the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, exemplified this cultural negotiation. Greek orators and writers celebrated classical and Hellenistic cultural achievements while accommodating themselves to imperial realities. Figures like Dio Chrysostom, alias Aristides, and Plutarch constructed identities that were simultaneously Greek in culture and Roman in political loyalty, finding space for regional pride within the broader imperial framework. Perhaps the most significant legacy of the Hellenistic period lay in the religious and philosophical developments that would eventually transform Mediterranean civilization. The cosmopolitan environment of Hellenistic cities had fostered unprecedented religious syncretism, mystery cults promising personal salvation, and philosophical approaches addressing individual meaning in a world of political uncertainty. All developments that created fertile ground for the emergence and spread of Christianity. Indeed, early Christian communities developed within the institutional frameworks inherited from the Hellenistic world. They utilized the common Greek language, established themselves along trade routes and in urban centers, adapted organizational forms from civic associations, and engaged with intellectual traditions developed during the post-Alexander centuries. The very universalism that characterized early Christian thought reflected Hellenistic precedents in transcending purely local identities and concerns. The end of the Hellenistic world thus proved highly ambiguous. While the political structures established by Alexander's successors had disappeared, the cultural, social, and intellectual patterns they had fostered continued shaping Mediterranean civilization for centuries. Rather than a clear terminus, the Roman annexation of the eastern territories represented another phase in the ongoing negotiation between Greek, Near Eastern, and now Western Italian traditions. A negotiation that would produce the distinctive synthesis of classical antiquity's final centuries. The vast empire Alexander envisioned, a unified realm stretching from the Balkans to the Indus, administered by a multicultural elite and combining the best elements of Persian and Greek governance, never survived his premature death. The immediate fragmentation into competing successor states appeared to represent the failure of this ambitious vision, replaced by a more traditional pattern of regional kingdoms engaged in power politics. Yet in certain respects, the 3 centuries following Alexander's death witnessed the gradual realization of aspects of his dream through very different mechanisms than he had envisioned. The political unification he sought through conquest eventually occurred under Western auspices, creating a Mediterranean-wide system that integrated the majority of his former territories. More significantly, the cultural blending he had championed unfolded organically through the interactions of peoples throughout the expanded Greek world. This cultural legacy represented the most enduring consequence of Alexander's conquests and the Hellenistic age they inaugurated. Greek language, literature, philosophy, science, art, and urban planning, all transformed through contact with older Near Eastern traditions, spread throughout the Mediterranean basin and beyond, creating a common cultural framework that transcended political boundaries and survived multiple imperial transitions. The establishment of Greek as an international language of administration, commerce, and high culture across vast territories permanently altered patterns of communication and learning. Even as Latin gained prominence in the Western provinces, Greek maintained its position throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, serving as the primary written language for communities from Marseille to Babylon. This linguistic continuity facilitated the preservation and transmission of knowledge across regions and generations. The characteristic Hellenistic approach to urban development, planned cities with grid layouts, civic centers featuring administrative buildings, cultural facilities, and public spaces, established patterns that would be replicated for centuries. From provincial centers in Gaul to frontier outposts along the Euphrates, these urban forms provided common environments that made the ancient Mediterranean world navigable and familiar to travelers, merchants, and officials across vast distances. Intellectual achievements of the period proved similarly enduring. Scientific works by figures like Euclid, Archimedes, and Ptolemy remained authoritative for over a millennium. Medical teachings by Herophilus and Erasistratus, preserved through later physicians like Galen, shaped understanding of anatomy and treatment into the Renaissance. Philosophical approaches developed by Stoics, Epicureans, and skeptics continued influencing ethical and metaphysical thought through multiple cultural transitions. The cosmopolitan sensibility that characterized Hellenistic urban centers, where diverse populations lived side by side, maintaining distinct identities while sharing civic space and institutions, established precedents for subsequent pluralistic societies. The practical accommodations developed for managing religious diversity, resolving intercommunal disputes, and balancing group autonomy with civic unity provided templates repeatedly adapted by later imperial systems. Even the characteristic tensions of the period between universalism and particularism, tradition and innovation, local identities and cosmopolitan aspirations continued structuring Mediterranean experiences long after the Hellenistic kingdoms disappeared. These unresolved contradictions generated creative friction, forcing successive generations to negotiate similar challenges in their own contexts. The spread of these Hellenistic patterns accelerated rather than diminished under imperial administration. The security and connectivity provided by the unified Mediterranean system facilitated cultural exchange, commercial integration, and intellectual communication at unprecedented scales. The westward shift of political power paradoxically enabled more effective eastward diffusion of Hellenistic cultural forms, now carrying additional prestige through association with imperial authority. These developments extended far beyond the traditional boundaries of the Greco-Roman world. Along the Silk Road through Central Asia, Hellenistic cultural elements blended with Indian and Chinese traditions, creating distinctive syntheses visible in art, architecture, and religious iconography from Afghanistan to the western reaches of China. Greek-influenced kingdoms in northwestern India maintained Hellenistic artistic and administrative traditions well into the early centuries. Gidi. Similarly, along the Arabian trade routes connecting the Mediterranean with the Indian Ocean, Hellenistic influences shaped emerging urban centers. Monuments like the elaborate tomb facades at Petra in modern Jordan demonstrate the creative adaptation of Greek architectural forms to local purposes and aesthetic preferences. Commercial networks linked these frontier regions to Mediterranean markets, facilitating ongoing cultural exchange. The religious transformations of late antiquity, while appearing to break with Hellenistic precedents, in fact built directly upon foundations established during this period. Early Christianity utilized Greek philosophical concepts, organizational models developed in Hellenistic cities, and communication networks established during the post-Alexander centuries. The eventual synthesis of biblical and Greek philosophical traditions that characterized Christian theology represented the culmination of a dialogue begun during the Hellenistic Age. Even after the political division of the Mediterranean world and the eventual fall of the Western imperial government, this Hellenistic legacy continued shaping European and Near Eastern civilization. The Byzantine Empire maintained fundamental aspects of the Hellenistic inheritance, preserving Greek learning, administrative techniques, and urban traditions for another millennium. Islamic civilization similarly absorbed and transmitted Hellenistic, scientific, philosophical, and medical knowledge, often preserving works lost in the West. The Renaissance in Western Europe explicitly sought to recover classical learning, much of which had been produced or systematized during the Hellenistic period. Works by Archimedes, Ptolemy, Euclid, and others regained prominence, spurring new scientific investigations. Humanist scholars sought to recapture the cosmopolitan perspective and textual expertise that had characterized Alexandrian scholarship, while artists and architects drew inspiration from Hellenistic aesthetic achievements. In this light, the Hellenistic age appears less as a brief interlude between classical Greece and imperial Rome than as a formative period that established cultural patterns of remarkable durability. Alexander's dream of a unified world, combining the best elements of East and West, failed in its immediate political form, but succeeded in creating a cosmopolitan civilization whose influence extended far beyond its temporal and geographical boundaries. The political structures established by his successors proved temporary, but the cultural syntheses they fostered, the blending of Greek and Near Eastern traditions, the creation of new urban environments and social practices, the development of universalist intellectual frameworks, permanently altered the course of Mediterranean and world history. In this sense, Alexander's vision found fulfillment not through the empire he envisioned, but through the diverse, interconnected civilization that emerged from the world his conquests created. As our extended journey through the Hellenistic world reaches its conclusion, we return to that pivotal moment in Babylon when Alexander's death set in motion the complex historical drama we have followed across 3 centuries. The immediate chaos of competing ambitions, the wars of the Diadochi, the establishment and eventual decline of the successor kingdoms, and the final incorporation of these territories into a Western-centered imperial system, all unfolded from that singular event in 323 BC. Yet the significance of the Hellenistic age extends far beyond this political narrative. The period witnessed a fundamental transformation in how humans understood themselves and their place in the world. As traditional boundaries dissolved, geographical, cultural, intellectual, new possibilities emerged for synthesis and innovation across multiple domains of human activity. In science and mathematics, thinkers built upon earlier Greek foundations, but extended them dramatically through systematic research, institutional support, and cross-cultural exchange. The geometric principles formalized by Euclid, the mechanical insights developed by Archimedes, the astronomical observations catalogued by Hipparchus, all represented intellectual achievements of lasting importance that would influence subsequent scientific development across civilizations. In philosophy, the major Hellenistic schools responded to the challenges of a changing world by developing approaches focused on individual well-being amidst political uncertainty. The Stoic emphasis on internal virtue and acceptance of natural order, the Epicurean pursuit of tranquility through moderated pleasure, the skeptic's suspension of judgment in the face of conflicting evidence, all offered practical wisdom that continued resonating with successive generations facing similar existential questions. The artistic and literary innovations of the period similarly reflected changing sensibilities in a cosmopolitan environment. The emotional intensity and technical virtuosity of Hellenistic sculpture, the intimate perspectives explored in new poetic forms, the psychological complexity introduced to dramatic characters, all expanded the expressive range available to artists and writers, establishing traditions that would be repeatedly rediscovered and reinterpreted. Perhaps most significantly, the Hellenistic world witnessed crucial religious developments that would subsequently transform Mediterranean civilization. The spread of mystery cults promising personal salvation, the increasing emphasis on direct divine interaction, the syncretistic blending of deities and practices across cultural boundaries, all created fertile ground for the emergence of universalist faiths transcending ethnic and geographical limitations. The physical environment itself was permanently altered through the distinctive patterns of Hellenistic urbanism. Dozens of new cities established during this period continued functioning as regional centers for centuries, some remaining significant metropolitan areas into the present day. Alexandria, Antioch, Thessaloniki, and numerous other foundations outlived their founders' dynasties to become enduring focal points of commerce, administration, and culture. The common thread connecting these diverse aspects of the Hellenistic legacy was a fundamental cosmopolitanism, an unprecedented openness to cultural exchange, intellectual diversity, and social adaptation. The limitations of this cosmopolitanism were real, often extending no further than elite circles and coexisting with exploitation and exclusion. Yet its transformative impact on Mediterranean civilization created patterns that would repeatedly resurface in subsequent eras of cross-cultural engagement. Indeed, the questions that preoccupied Hellenistic thinkers, artists, and ordinary people retain striking relevance to contemporary concerns. How can diverse populations maintain distinctive identities while sharing civic space and institutions? How should individuals orient themselves ethically in a world of competing value systems? What balance between tradition and innovation best serves both community stability and necessary adaptation to changing circumstances? These remain live issues in our own increasingly interconnected global society. In this sense, the Hellenistic world holds up a distant mirror to our own, revealing both differences that highlight the historical contingency of our assumptions and similarities that suggest enduring features of the human condition. The period's creative responses to cultural encounter, political transformation, and intellectual challenge continue offering insights applicable beyond their original context. As we conclude our exploration of this remarkable era, we might reflect on how the Hellenistic experience demonstrates both the impermanence of political arrangements and the durability of cultural achievements. The magnificent courts of Alexandria and Antioch have long since vanished, but the intellectual traditions they fostered, the artistic innovations they patronized, and the cosmopolitan sensibilities they embodied continue resonating across the centuries. The Hellenistic age thus stands as neither a mere postscript to classical Greece nor simply a prelude to imperial Rome, but as a distinctive civilization whose legacy permeates subsequent history in ways both obvious and subtle. Understanding this pivotal period enriches our appreciation not only of the ancient past, but of the complex cultural inheritance that continues shaping our present and future.